Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you. This meeting is of the Committee of Affairs and Planning Committee is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference. Town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members should have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout this meeting. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas, more specifically the Mississaugas of Scugog's Island First Nation, signatory of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous people. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledge the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and Truth and Reconciliation. Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect for this as a community. We have a very busy meeting today. I'd like to ask if there is any pecuniary interest, any disclosure of pecuniary interest. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Dye, seconded by moved by Regional Councillor Dye, seconded by Regional Councillor Lee, that the minutes of the Committee of Affairs and Planning Committee meeting held on May 2nd be adopted. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Passes. Thank you. I'm going to ask Director Romanowski, you have the first report. Actually, you have all the reports.
Thank you, Chair Crawford. Yes, all the reports are from our department this evening. And first up is Eric Simpson with the matter on Harwood Avenue.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of Council, as well as those members of the public who are joining us virtually tonight. My name is Eric Simpson, and I'm the planner responsible for processing the submitted development applications. My presentation will provide a summary of the development proposal and submitted development applications, provide an evaluation of the development proposal and related land use planning policy context, and outline and address comments received regarding the development proposal. Please note that this meeting serves as a statutory public meeting for the committee to consider and make a decision on the submitted official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications. The continued review and final approval of the submitted site plan application and any subsequent development applications will be completed by staff.
Did I freeze?
No, I'm just waiting for the next slide. Sorry. There we go. So the subject lands consist of two separate parcels of land, 27 and 29 Harwood Avenue South, which is the northern parcel, which is occupied by two one-story commercial buildings, and 31 Harwood Avenue South, which is currently vacant. The subject lands are located along Harwood Avenue South between Kingston Road to the north and Highway 401 to the south. This portion of Harwood Avenue South is envisioned as a Midtown Corridor that will be developed as an urban connection between the Uptown Regional Center along Kingston Road and the Downtown Regional Center directly south of Highway 401. The subject lands are located on the east side of Harwood Avenue South within the middle of the street block bounded by Mandrake Street to the north and Doric Street to the south. The subject lands are surrounded by the following land uses. To the north, specifically 21 and 23 Harwood Avenue South, are subject to official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, proposing the development of a 12-story mixed-use building and a 5-story seniors building. Further north are a variety of multi-unit commercial buildings. To the east are residential lands consisting of single detached dwellings. Further east is Archbishop Dennis O'Connor Catholic High School and associated outdoor amenity space. To the west are residential lands consisting of single detached dwellings. Further west is Lord Elgin Public Elementary School and an associated park outdoor amenity space. Directly south and southwest of the subject lands are a variety of one-story multi-unit commercial buildings, and specifically at 10 Doric Street is a residential development currently under construction consisting of 10 three-story townhouse dwellings. The applicant has submitted an official plan amendment application, zoning bylaw amendment application, and site plan application to permit the development of a 10-story mixed-use building consisting of 131 dwelling units and 316 square meters of ground floor commercial space fronting Harwood Avenue South. The purpose of the official plan amendment is to establish a new area-specific policy for the subject lands to increase the maximum permitted building height and density. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands to a site-specific uptown mixed-use zone to permit additional uses and set site-specific development standards to facilitate the proposed development. These amendments are discussed in detail in the following slides. A site plan application has been submitted to evaluate, review, and address all technical and functional details of the proposed development. Approval of such application will include the finalization of all required drawings and reports, entering into the necessary agreements, and satisfying all conditions of development. A future draft plan of condominium application will also be submitted and approved to proceed with the proposed standard condominium tenure for the proposed development. The proposed development is a 10-story mixed-use building that will cover the entire frontage of the subject lands and will be sited directly adjacent to a new 2-meter sidewalk to be constructed by the applicant. The building has been designed to enable vehicular access under the proposed upper stories to access an internal drive aisle, which will provide access to the proposed loading area, underground and surface parking area, and proposed rear lane. 3 levels of underground parking are proposed and will extend beneath the entirety of the lands, except for the existing easement that is located along the rear portion of such. Approximately 316 square meters of ground floor commercial space is proposed and will be accessed directly from Harwood Avenue South. This commercial space will be designed to accommodate multiple tenants and will have a floor-to-ceiling height that will create a 2-story commercial streetscape presence. The proposed building will include 131 dwelling units. A mix of dwelling unit sizes are proposed on each story of the building, which includes a variety of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. Common outdoor amenity space in the form of a rooftop terrace located on the 9th story of the building will also be provided in the southeast corner of the building. In addition to the common indoor and outdoor amenity space proposed, all dwelling units are designed with private balconies and terraces that range in size. The proposed development includes a north-south private rear lane located along the eastern limits of the subject lands. This lane will have a right-of-way width of 8.55 meters. There is an existing servicing easement contained within the limits of this proposed lane. The proposed development has been reviewed in a comprehensive manner as it relates to the development of this entire Harwood Avenue South street block, and therefore the development of the Midtown Corridor. As part of the vision of the development of the Midtown Corridor, a north-south rear laneway connection between Mandrake Street and Doric Street is envisioned. As timing for the ultimate construction of this lane is dependent on the entire development of this street block, it was determined that it is most appropriate for this lane to be under private ownership. As the lane will function as a private lane, the intent would be for reciprocal access easements for vehicular and pedestrian access purposes to be established along the rear of all adjacent lands fronting Harwood. The town will coordinate these reciprocal access easements through the future development of the adjacent lands. Due to this, the lane will need to be constructed in segments through each development proposal. The applicant will be responsible for the construction of their portion of the lane through this development proposal. The implementation of such lane will serve as a traffic calming measure, as it will direct development-related traffic off of Harwood to the lane and help alleviate traffic volume. In addition, it will help reduce the amount of site accesses and remove service-related activity from Harwood. The breakdown of the private lane is illustrated on the screen. The specific details of this lane will be finalized through the continued review and approval process of the site plan application. In accordance with the urban design policies of the official plan, the proposed building will be masked to include a step back between the first 8 stories of the building and the upper 2 stories of the building, include a series of patios, terraces, and balconies for all units, include a variation in massing and articulate visible wall surfaces through various architectural design features, be sited parallel to the street to define the street edge with principal entrances being directly connected to Harwood, include transparent glazing and frequent entrances along the ground floor to promote an active street frontage, include weather protection devices such as roof overhangs and building indentations to support a pedestrian-oriented design, maximize the amount of building frontage along the Midtown Corridor block face, maximize the amount of lot coverage to reduce large surface parking areas, and screen all loading areas from the street and integrate vehicle access points into the design of the building. The proposed development will incorporate safe community design, barrier-free design, and green building and environmental design elements to provide an overall urban design that conforms to the policies of the official plan. This includes the provision of bicycle storage facilities, both indoor and outdoor, barrier-free dwelling units, barrier-free parking spaces, and barrier-free pedestrian connections, pedestrian scale lighting throughout the development site, new street trees to enhance the urban tree canopy, low impact development features and measures such as permeable pavers and a green roof, and an active transportation and transit supportive design to reduce the amount of vehicles accessing the development and support incremental reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. The images on the screen illustrate some additional elevations for the proposed development. The subject lands are currently designated Midtown Corridor within the Town of Ajax official plan. Harwood Avenue South is identified as a Type C arterial road and in a regional corridor within the official plan. The Midtown Corridor is identified as one of the town's intensification areas. Lands designated as Midtown Corridor and are intended to redevelop as mixed use with mid-rise buildings containing a more residential focus that will enhance the street frontage and create a primary pedestrian-friendly environment. The Midtown Corridor designation permits a variety of commercial and residential uses in mixed use or standalone buildings. The maximum permitted height and density in the Midtown Corridor designation is 8 stories and a floor space index, also known as FSI, of 2.0. The subject lands are also located within Area-Specific Policy 6.7. Area-Specific Policy 6.7 regulates the Midtown Corridor specifically, the lands that are bounded by Harwood Avenue South, Mandrake Street, Doric Street, and a line measured 26 meters to the east of the existing rear lot lines of their residential properties located along Huron Street. This specific policy was established as a result of the 2001 Midtown Land Use and Urban Design Study. This area-specific policy overrides the residential densities and land use permissions in the Midtown Corridor designation. As per Area-Specific Policy 6.7, buildings with direct frontage along Harwood Avenue South shall be limited to 3 stories or approximately 12.9 meters in height, whichever is less, and building height shall decrease as the distance increases from the street to ensure that the majority of the building massing is directed towards the street. In addition, existing building setbacks from the adjacent residential area to the east shall be maintained. In 2010, as a result of the Town of Ajax official plan review, amendments were made to the official plan to implement the intensification and growth policies of the Durham Regional Official Plan and Growth Plan. These amendments created the Midtown Corridor designation. However, Area-Specific Policy 6.7 remained in effect. As such, the area-specific policy does not align with the town's intensification goals for the Midtown Corridor designation or the overarching regional and provincial land use policy, planning and growth directives. As such, the area-specific policy, in order to permit the development proposal, the applicant is requesting that the official plan be amended to establish a new area-specific policy to replace Area-Specific Policy 6.7, specifically for the subject lands, that would permit a maximum height of 12 stories and a maximum FSI of 4.4. The subject lands are currently zoned Uptown Mixed Use UC Zone and subject to Exception 69 within the Town of Ajax zoning bylaw. The UC zone permits a variety of different commercial and residential uses. Exception 69 is the result of a previous zoning bylaw amendment to implement the 2001 Midtown Land Use and Urban Design Study. Exception 69 sets site-specific development standards that reflect area-specific policy 6.7. The development standards of Exception 69 were not intended for the development of mid-rise buildings as envisioned by the Midtown Corridor designation. In order to permit the development proposal, the applicant is requesting that the zoning bylaw be amended to establish a site-specific exception for the UC zone to replace Exception 69 as it relates to the subject lands, in order to permit additional uses and to set site-specific development standards to implement the proposal. The site-specific development standards include zoning provisions relating to maximum building height, minimum building setbacks, minimum parking requirements, and maximum density. The identified studies and reports were submitted in support of the development proposal and have been reviewed by town and regional staff. In addition to these studies and reports, other technical documents were submitted in support of the development proposal. The development applications were reviewed against the applicable provincial, regional, and town land use planning policy. The specific policies are outlined and addressed in detail in the report. As per the report, the development proposal is consistent with the policies of the PPS and conforms with the policies of the Growth Plan, Regional Official Plan, and Town of Ajax Official Plan. As per the official plan, Harwood Avenue is intended to serve as the town's ceremonial route from Lake Ontario waterfront to Taunton Road. As such, Harwood Avenue is envisioned to have a 36-meter right-of-way and an enhanced streetscape treatment, including a landscape center median. The figure on the screen provides a cross-section of what the ultimate right-of-way could look like. Through the Midtown Corridor section of Harwood Avenue South, the current right-of-way width varies, and there are a number of sections where it is less than 36 meters. Through the review and approval of development applications along this corridor, the town intends to secure the necessary right-of-way dedications in order to achieve this ultimate right-of-way width. As a result, the applicant will be required to dedicate an approximate 8.8 meter road widening along the frontage of the subject lands. A traffic impact study was submitted in support of the development proposal. The study reviews the anticipated increase of traffic from the proposed development and its expected impact on the surrounding road network. Upon full build-out, the proposed development is estimated to generate 41 two-way vehicular trips in the weekday AM peak hour and 62 two-way vehicular trips in the weekday PM peak hour. A full movement vehicular access is proposed along Harwood Avenue South to accommodate the proposal. Analysis of the future total traffic conditions indicate that the surrounding road network will continue to operate under capacity with acceptable levels of service and delays during weekday AM and PM hours. Please note that an acceptable level of service represents conditions where congestion may become more noticeable, which is inevitable along a regional corridor like Harwood Avenue South due to some delays and queuing lengths, but does not represent a poor or unsatisfactory level of service. It is noted that the westbound left-turn movement for the proposed site access will experience a poor level of service during the peak PM hour. This is due to the need for vehicles turning left or southbound to cross opposing lanes of traffic, which will cause a delay. Although there will be a delay in this turning movement, the analysis indicates that there is still capacity along Harwood to accommodate such movement. Under ultimate Harwood Avenue South right-of-way conditions, a center median will be included, which will limit the proposed full movement site access to a right-in and right-out only access. This future limitation will address the anticipated delay and improve the level of service for such intersection. Analysis was provided for future total traffic conditions for a scenario when the envisioned functional private lane is implemented. The analysis results indicate an overall improvement as well. The study concludes that the proposed development does not warrant the implementation of specific traffic calming measures. Harwood Avenue South, Doric Street, and the eastern portion of Van Dyke Street are all identified as Type C arterial roads in the official plan. The northwestern portion of Mandrake is identified as a collector road. Traffic calming measures are not typically implemented on arterial roads, as this classification of roads is intended for higher traffic movement and functions differently than local roads. There are no traffic calming measures for these streets included in the current town work plan or budget. The traffic impact study evaluates the proposed parking supply of 163 parking spaces. The study concludes that the proposed parking supply, which was informed by a parking utilization survey from similar existing developments within the GTA, is sufficient to accommodate the expected parking demand of the proposed development. While the parking supply represents a noticeable reduction from the current residential parking space requirements of the zoning bylaw, given the intensity of the proposal, the residential intensification and diversification, transit, active transportation, and reduced automobile dependency objectives of the province, the region, and the town, a reduced parking supply is considered appropriate. The proposed parking supply is reflective of current development trends throughout the GTA, recent development approvals within the town, and will help work towards the change in travel behavior that's necessary and promoted in land use planning. The proposed parking supply is considered appropriate to service the development and prevent an influx of on-street parking. Additional parking demand can be offset through alternative modes of transportation, such as walking, cycling, and transit, all of which are supported through the design of the proposed development. The proposed building will be 10 stories in height, with the upper 2 stories of the building stepped back from the 8-story building mass closest to the street. The proposed building will have a height of approximately 36 meters, which aligns with the ultimate planned right-of-way width for Harwood Avenue South. This will ensure an appropriate height to street width ratio to establish a well-proportioned street enclosure. Although the proposed building height, 10 stories, exceeds the maximum height permitted in the Midtown Corridor designation, the 8 stories, the massing and scale of the building has been designed to limit the impacts this may create. The additional 2 stories are stepped back and limited in floor plate size, which significantly reduces its presence. The floor plates of the upper stories of the buildings have been designed to progressively reduce in size in order to set the building generally below a 45-degree angular plane as measured from the property line of the adjacent low-density residential area. The term generally has been used as there are slight encroachments proposed within the 45-degree angular plane. These slight encroachments are strictly limited to building parapets, which will contain a planter wall. There will be a continuous planter wall associated with private terraces along the east or rear building facade for stories 5 to 10. The continuous planters will provide an additional buffer and help mitigate potential overlook. The proposed use of upper story stepbacks and appropriate planter locations will minimize building views into the adjacent residential properties and minimize adverse impacts to such properties as it relates to sunlight and sky and view access. Angular planes are used to limit the encroachment of new development onto existing development to maintain sufficient sunlight and help protect the privacy and view of adjacent existing development. The majority of balconies, patios, and terraces will face the east, and therefore the rear yards of the adjacent low-density residential properties. However, the proposed balconies will be recessed into the building facade and progressively stepped back for the upper stories of the building. Sun and shadow diagrams were prepared in support of the development proposal to evaluate potential impacts on adjacent residential properties as it relates to sunlight. The diagrams on the screen illustrate the anticipated sun and shadow conditions for hourly intervals for the following dates. March 21st, which is considered the spring equinox, as you can see, there will be shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density residential properties along Blackburn Crescent during the morning, specifically between 9 and 10 a.m., and shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density residential properties along Huron Street during the evening between 5 and 7 p.m. On June 21st, the summer solstice, minor shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density residential properties along Huron Street during the evening, specifically 6 and 7 p.m., are also anticipated. As we move on to September 21st, the fall equinox, shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density residential properties along Blackburn Crescent during the morning, specifically 9 and 10 a.m., and shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density residential properties along Huron Street are anticipated during the evening, but specifically 5 and 7 p.m. For December 21st, the winter solstice, shadow impacts to the rear yards of the low-density properties along Huron Street are anticipated during the afternoon, specifically between 2 and 4 p.m., and primarily for the properties that are located at the southwest corner of Mandrake Street and Huron Street. It's important that it's important to note that the rear yards of these properties, specifically 100 to 102 Huron Street, do form part of the adjacent development proposal pertaining to 21 and 23 Harwood Avenue South. Based on these figures, it is anticipated that the shadow impacts of the proposed development on the adjacent low density area will be minor. Comments, concerns, and questions received from residents and community stakeholders, as noted above, have been addressed throughout the staff recommendation report. In addition, public comments and staff responses have been consolidated and provided in attachment 3 to the report. The matters highlighted on the screen are addressed throughout the report and in attachment 3. The previous several slides of this presentation speak to the points illustrated on the screen. In addition, the proposed development will incorporate green building and environmental design elements such as bicycle storage facilities, low impact development features such as permeable pavers and a green roof, and in general support an active transportation and transit supportive design to reduce the amount of vehicles on the road. Different on-site stormwater quantity and quality control features are proposed to ensure that the proposed development meets the necessary stormwater control requirements and that drainage is maintained on site. The proposed servicing and stormwater management strategy is supported by the town and region. The proposed building height and massing has been designed to mitigate adverse impacts on the adjacent low-density residential area and provide a development proposal that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and appropriate for the development of the Midtown Corridor. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed development makes efficient use of underutilized land within the town and provides for housing intensification and diversification to help contribute towards the town and regional goal of providing a mix of housing types and sizes to serve residents of various household sizes, incomes, and ages. The proposed development will enhance the streetscape by facilitating a more pedestrian-friendly environment within a mixed-use compact forum that is transit supportive and that will assist in realizing the Midtown Corridor official plan policies. The proposed development represents strategic land use development and will help promote investment and intensification along Harwood Avenue. Therefore, staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, subject to the recommendations provided in the report and outlined on the screen. The continued review and ultimate approval of the site plan application will be completed by staff and other applicable agencies. This also applies to the subsequent draft plan of condominium application that may be required should the landowner wish to pursue the condominium tenure of the proposed development. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Currently on the speakers list, I have Mayor Collier. Is there anybody else?
Can we go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Simpson. And I've read all of the correspondence, both through the public open houses and the new correspondence that was received today. And I have a couple of questions on some of the new information received today with regards to policy 6.7. And you showed a slide which talked about the heights along this section. And I wonder, Mr. Simpson, if you can please speak. And in the report, this is on pages 17, page 11 of the report, but 17 in the agenda. It speaks to the Midtown land use and specific area-specific policy 6.7 only allowing up to 3 stories, which is what is in the correspondence we received. But then in 2010, that was amended as a result of the regional official plan, which we have to conform to. Can you speak to that, please? Because I have difficulty understanding it, and I can certainly see how this is a bit odd to residents about how we got to the 8 stories.
Through the chair to Mayor Collier. Yeah, so in 2001, we did a Midtown land use study, and that created that area-specific policy 6.7. At that time, as a result of what was heard from the public, the heights, building setbacks were all limited, and that's where the 3 stories came in, and the fact that you can't go past the current building envelope, essentially, because it wants to maintain the existing setbacks to the east. However, in 2010, when we started to implement all the growth plan initiatives, we identified this whole area as an intensification area and created the Midtown Corridor designation. In the Midtown Corridor designation, this allows up to 8 stories because it's envisioned that this whole area will become mixed-use, mid-rise buildings. At that time, though, we didn't delete or remove area-specific policy 6.7, so it's still in full force and effect, and it essentially overrides the Midtown Corridor designation. So any development of these lands has to essentially eliminate area-specific policy 6.7 if you want the Midtown Corridor designation, height and densities to apply.
Okay, and this is where lies the confusion. So we made changes in 2010.
Correct.
Recognizing growth and change and the fact that higher densities and higher levels are needed. Why was area-specific policy 6.7 not deleted at that time and still in place today?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure why we didn't delete it at that time. I think because it's probably just related to the whole history and that there was a comprehensive study that was done to create it. And I guess at the time, the focus was just on implementing the current policies, and maybe we didn't want to go down the road of deleting this specific policy that was done through a study. I'm not entirely sure, but basically now you have a situation where the OP conflicts with itself. You have the Midtown Corridor designation, and you have that.
I'm surprised it has taken till now to find that discrepancy or realize that discrepancy, but it's causing obvious concern with that's obvious in the correspondence that I've read.
Yeah, I think staff have always known that would exist. It's just until recently we haven't had any real development applications along this corridor, so it hasn't really surfaced.
Chair Collier, I see Steph here. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, perhaps if I can add to that. It was at the time when Official Plan Amendment 41 was being undertaken, that exercise purposely did not look at the area-specific policies that would have been affected by any of the changes through Official Plan Amendment number 41 and new development standards in the intensification areas. And the decision was made at that point that as development applications came forward, they would be evaluated on that context-specific basis with the intensification area policies and development standards at that point in time. So for instance, the Midtown development standards would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis as development applications came forward through that corridor.
Okay, and the mid-block, I understand, wasn't anticipated to even start being developed till I think around 2027. So this, I guess, just market and has caused this to be accelerated. Is that accurate? Like the mid-block, I didn't know we were even anticipating that going ahead till quite a bit later.
Some of that, yes, is correct. As well, the implementation of the development standards in all of our intensification areas are to be implemented in the zoning bylaw, and that project was a little delayed, and that's also the reason why if that project had been able to be accelerated a little further, then the zoning would have been in place in the Midtown that would have matched exactly what the provisions are in the official plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to the current municipal comprehensive review. So originally we set the building height targets at 8 in 2010. A lot has changed since 2010. It's now 12 years later. We're going through the next iteration of the municipal comprehensive review. And we're looking at even higher densities. And this is also, does this qualify as a regional corridor?
Yes, this is a regional corridor.
So that allows even buildings on a regional corridor to exceed by 2 floors. Is that correct? On a regional corridor, given transit and everything else, just like what we have at Medallion on Roslyn, I believe they're allowed to come in 2 stories higher than what the zoning was because they're on a regional corridor.
So we do have a policy in the official plan that speaks to the medium density residential designation specifically along the corridor, and then the ability to go from 6 to 8 stories through Section 37 bonusing. Okay. That's not applicable in this case because it's the Midtown Corridor. It already allows 8. But in this case, the applicant is proposing an additional height. They're going to 10. Okay, which is why they need the OPA in there. Correct. Should be. Given what I just said about we established the 8 floors in designation in 2010, and 12 years later, we're now through this MCR process, even doing much higher density and height. Are those 2010 limits even still applicable today, given the growth plan and the directions from the province? So, I mean, I can't speak to exactly what we're intending to change. I'm not entirely sure. But I mean, I would say that, like you said, it's 12 years ago now. So I think on a grand scheme of thing, if you look across the GTA, it probably is outdated. Nowadays, mid-rise buildings would probably be exceeding 8 stories in height. And that's why this 10-story proposal, at a staff scale, we don't think it's inappropriate for this corridor. Okay. That was my thoughts about the logic as well. And I do have a lot more questions on height and density under the case presentation that's coming in a little bit. But I think, and it's unfortunate, it really is unfortunate, and I'll try and get a question in here somewhere, Chair, that we are still using some of these outdated, and especially leaving specific policy 6.7 in place, causing confusion on our residents. I think we need to look at those. Is staff currently undertaking some of what's necessary to get rid of some of those conflicting policies to make it clear going forward?
Through our next official plan review, which will happen after the region completes their municipal comprehensive review, we will be cleaning up any conflicts between main policy designations and area-specific policies.
Okay, but staff recognizes that there has been changes and updates, and even though those aren't officially in the official plan yet, you are making decisions today based on those assumptions. Question mark. That is correct. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. One regarding the Harwood Road widening. Do we have a date for that, or what are we reaching for? 10 years, 15? Do we know?
Through the Chair to Regional Councillor Dyes. There's no set date at this point in time. I think a lot of it has to deal with the fact that we're going to have to acquire a lot of land on the east and west sides. So while we can get it through development applications on the west, it's going to be a lot more of a challenge on the east. So at this point in time, to my knowledge, there is no set timeline. We're just kind of securing the necessary road winding widths as development applications come through.
So as applications come through, will that not prompt us to move forward with that road widening? Because it will accommodate more space, obviously.
That's correct. And I think the more interest that we get and more development applications that come down the pipeline in this corridor, it's probably going to speed up the project.
Thank you. My other question was about the laneway. I just want to clarify that laneway will not be used for any type of garbage or recycling pickup.
That is correct. So, I mean, at this point, because it's not functional, we'd have to have the full connection. It's likely just going to be kind of left empty if this were to be developed. But if it were to be functional, once the whole block gets developed, it would just be a private laneway that would provide access. It's going to be private waste collection for this site. So whether the waste vehicle takes the lane or takes Harwood, it would be dependent on what's the best route. But it will be essentially in place to just get less vehicles off Harwood.
So would not the waste vehicle or any deliveries have to go through the front entrance?
Not necessarily. The lane will connect to the rear of this development site as well.
Okay. I do have concerns about that, in that, I don't want to see dumpsters back there, because then you have issues of noise very early in the morning sometimes if they pick up on certain days. But so no outdoor waste
storage is permitted. There will be an indoor garbage room. And then there is also a loading area where the bins will be placed so that the garbage truck can pick them up. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Other, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Crawford. Thank you for the presentation, Eric. Just a little bit further to Regional Councillor Dye's question about the widening of Harwood. In the report, you also talked about eventually there will be right in, right out access into the development. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer. Yes, that's correct. So when the ultimate right-of-way actually gets implemented, there'd be a centerline median, similar to what you see across from Town Hall. So that would automatically restrict access for this development site to right in, right out only.
Okay, and I guess the timeline for that would be at this point.
Yeah, that would be contingent to when the actual roadway gets implemented. So there's no set date at this point in time.
Okay, and I had another question. I'm so sorry. It's dropped.
If I could, Councillor Bauer, just interrupt there for a second and just piggyback on Councillor Dye's question about the right-of-way. There was a report a few years ago that transportation staff, maybe 3 years ago now, brought about to council, informing them of the cross-section and the width and the widenings that would be required through this section of Harwood Avenue from, I believe it's Gardner, Mandrake, down to the highway, essentially. And at that time, what was discussed was development. As development occurred, widenings would be secured, but there was some discussion around as other properties became available, whether or not the municipality would want to purchase those properties in order to secure the right of way. And that information at that time, council just took it as information, no direction to staff to do that. But if as development occurs through this corridor, and this being the first example of development there, that's definitely something that probably staff should consider putting back on the radar and getting before council. But this is the first real development along this corridor in quite some time. So I can understand where the questions are coming, but Harwood Avenue is the ceremonial right-of-way of the town. And it's indicated that in the official plan, and it'll be demonstrated through its design, having that center median, tree median, as it is all the way up the corridor. So I just want to provide some clarity on that point.
Thank you very much, Director Romanowski. I remember my other question now, and it's about the timeline of this build. So if approvals go through, or what's the timeline for this construction?
That may be a better question actually for the applicant. They are here with us, but provided that these amendments were approved today, the next step would be to finalize the site plan approval process. So depending on how long that takes, I mean, they have done quite a bit of detail already to this extent, so the review process is well underway. It could be as early as next year, potentially.
Okay. And you mentioned in the report and during the presentation about neighboring properties that also have application or ideas for development. So what would the town do for mitigating like, a whole slew of construction at the same time, or would that even be considered? Just I'm thinking of how do we make it the least amount of inconvenience and craziness for our residents?
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, we only have the one other active development application. That's the one at 21 and 23 Harwood Avenue South. We haven't received anything else. While that's great and that we can try to do that, it still ultimately depends on the timing of the applicant and their approvals and just their own, I guess, financial feasibility of when they could actually start a project if they did have approvals. So we're going to look at each development very detailed, in a very detailed manner, especially as it relates to construction management. And if there's an ability to coordinate that, that will be wonderful, but we can't essentially force it, I guess you could say, but we'll do our best to try to mitigate it as much as possible.
Okay. And could you just go over, this is my last question for now, Chair Crawford, go over again with us the green design and development plans for this project, please?
Sure. So there's various bicycle parking storage facilities, permeable pavers included throughout the site. The roof of the actual mechanical penthouse will be a green roof. The parking rate itself is on the lower end, which will help limit the amount of vehicles and in return relies on more active transportation and transit, reducing the vehicles on the road. This application does predate the new Ajax green standard. So it's not a requirement that the development application comply with the metrics in that, although they are achieving some of the metrics. I mean, it can be encouraged, but it's not a requirement. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Chair Crawford.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? If not, this is a public meeting and we have, last count was 12 delegations. Madam Clerk, who would be our first delegation?
Madam Chair, first on the list tonight is George Wilkinson.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkinson, welcome to the meeting. You are able to start anytime you'd like to unmute.
It appears we may have lost Mr. Wilkinson, Madam Chair. Just bear with us. We are double checking.
Oh dear.
Nope, unfortunately, we will add him back to the list if he joins at a later time.
Okay.
The next speaker on our list through the chair is Ron and Jesse Ryder.
Welcome, writers. You can begin anytime.
Hi, it's Ron and Jesse Ryder from 106 Heron Street. We're directly behind the proposed building. Hello to Mayor Collier, Council and staff. We are here today because U Developments need something. They need this council to agree to change the height and density of the building and rezone to permit additional uses. A building that would be beyond the recommended height and density stipulated in our town plan for this particular portion of Harwood. An even higher one is proposed for another developer on the same block. We all agree that this plaza needs a facelift, but not with 110 feet and 150-foot high-rise buildings. Don't be misled by the artist's rendering of this building. The sheer frontal mass of the 10-story complex facing Harwood will see residents on the west side of Harwood subjected to extensive morning shadowing, less airflow, and a huge building with a base footprint too large for the land that it sits on. This combined with yet another proposed 12 and 5-story developments asking for the same amendments steps away on the corner of Harwood and Mandrake. On the east side, the step levels at the rear of this building will be like sitting in the stands of Maple Leaf Gardens looking onto the rink, with us being the center. Reduced airflow, our privacy, our sky view, the loss of 2.5 to 3 hours of daylight and our beautiful sunsets will be devastating to all the residents on this side. A potential of 197 vehicles from U Developments and 293 vehicles from the proposed Petrina development for a total of 490 extra vehicles driving through and some parking in our neighborhoods. The planning staff state that the building is designed to mitigate the adverse impact on adjacent residential homes by having 45-degree angular plane to accommodate our privacy and some sunlight problems, which we never had before. Come and stand in our backyards and see for yourself that this statement is not true. 22 feet away from our back fence will be a 110-foot high stadium. Let me ask you this. How many of you have a 10-story, 110-foot building right behind your back fence. You will not convince us that this building will be categorized a mid-sized building. Try standing beside one. We have a similar 10-story design on Kingston Road near Cliffside Plaza in Scarborough. It is indisputably a big, huge high-rise. The developer's argument for privacy shrubs on the balconies are laughable. Regardless of what the developers attempt to do to ensure privacy, this is going to be an issue if this property is built. Lowering the building to 3 to 6 stories would appease the residents and prove to be a much better fit in the neighborhood. Although we don't see it, we don't smell it, greenhouse gases and dust emitted from these high-rise buildings in turn will contribute to up to 10 times the amount of the carbon footprint in comparison to low and mid-rise structures. You can't ignore this. The impact of growth, density, and land must include climate control. We understand from the developer in his first open house that this would not be favorable for him or any other builder to build anything less than 10-story because it would not be financial beneficial. What does this tell us? He doesn't care if what he brings to our neighborhood as long as he makes his profits. All around Ajax, the proposed developments at Roslyn and Audley, Westney Road Lake Driveway, Highway 2 in Wicks, Harwood and Mandrake, the very controversial project at Finley and Burden Crescent that is underway, and this one on Harwood between Doric and Mandrake. The most common complaints with residents is the height factor of these buildings, the density it brings, and the traffic problems. Residents in these areas of Ajax are frustrated and not happy. What on earth are we doing to Ajax? What happened to the Midtown Corridor at 3 to 6 stories as specified in the town plan that the residents, the planners, and the council put together? If we can't stick to our plans, why do we spend money on making a vision that developments circumvent? With 4 meetings and over 4 years regarding this development, not one of this council or planners has knocked on any of our doors. I want a better understanding of how this building will impact you. I want to stand in your backyard and see for myself how it would feel to have a 10-story building bearing down on my privacy. The developer does not have all the requirements that he needs to move forward on this project, or we would not be here tonight. Therefore, we are asking this council and planning committee not to approve the applications of amendments and keep the town's vision of the Midtown Corridor at 3 to 6 stories high. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ryder. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Ryder, for your delegation. I did read your email that you sent. I think it was this morning. It might have been yesterday as well. I asked some questions. I don't know if you were on earlier and heard my questions to staff, but some of the comments that you made contradict what's in our report. And I wonder if you have any other information with regards to the shadowing, for instance, because the shadowing report that we have shows that there won't be much impact on the homes on Heron, but you had talked about being considerable.
You can answer that.
Well, it is considerable. Anything is considerable. Come on. Your study shows what, 1 hour, 1.5, 2 hours or something? I don't know.
Not my study, sir. That's why I'm not a planner. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a lawyer. So we have to rely on the recommendations from the professionals with the degrees, the consultants. So if they're saying one thing, I sort of have to listen to it. I'm just wondering if there was other information that we don't have.
I didn't see anybody come and stand in my backyard, you know, from this planner or developer and you know, watch the sunset. But I know when the sun sets, and this one behind us, plus the one on by Petrina Developments, we're going to be in shade for a lot sooner than we would like to. Okay. Every day when it's
part of the shading issue for us as well. We've been here for 47 years in Ajax. We've developed our backyard. This is our retirement home. Mm-hmm. We're retired. We didn't buy a cottage. This is our home.
Understood.
We've developed our backyard and we've got lots of gardens in our backyard. The shadowing is a big problem for us.
Okay.
For obvious reasons. I mean, it's not just us, it's our neighbors. We're all in the same boat.
Understood. I just wondered if there was other information I wasn't aware of, because I would read it. Same with the traffic. The report says we're going to have a certain number from this project. I just wanted to ask you, because I can only consider what's in front of us today. You spoke to the other developments that are happening on each side of this. I don't know what those are. We haven't seen those reports yet.
Well, my understanding is that each unit is allotted 1.5 vehicles. And on my calculations, 131 units from U developments and how many from the other one? I don't know, 161 units from Katrina. So at 1.5 vehicles, it adds up, to me, it adds up to 490 vehicles.
Okay. Again, so I'm not
that's the where I'm getting that's how I'm doing my calculation.
Okay.
Well, they say that in the plans about
1.5 vehicle per.
Yeah, on
per
the plans, unit. If you read the plans, we've gone through all those plans.
Understood.
But and I know people say, oh, the traffic won't be bad. We know the traffic on Heron right now. You could come any time of the day, and they use our road as a shortcut from Doric to Mandrake. Depends on where they're going. They use it for cut through to get around to Mandrake. Mandrake kind of goes funny there to get onto Salem. And to go to the 401. It happens in the morning. It happens in the afternoon when they're coming home. So we know that big building, most of those people are going to the city. So how do they go? They're going to turn right onto Mandrake. And if Mandrake's busy, because there's, they're going to the school and that, they're coming back through our street, going down Doric, all of that, all of those roads.
I don't want to speculate. I don't want to presuppose what might happen, but respectfully, that's every street in Ajax. That's every street in Ajax that you just described, because they cut through any way they can to shave off a couple of seconds. Yeah. Unfortunately. Anyway, I won't ask a question for my third one. I'll just mention to you that one of the things that you spoke about was the greenhouse gas and the environmental footprint. And I will be asking the proponent questions about that, because I think that's very important to me and very important to this council. So I will be asking the question.
Can I just quickly get back to you on that sunlight? The 45-degree angular plane that they put, this building's supposed to be, is supposed to solve the sunlight problem. And that is just outright ridiculous. There's no way that is going to solve any sunlight problem. Do you see the size of that building? It is humongous.
Well,
you can go and like I said, the one at Cliffside and Kingston Road, it's exactly the same thing, what they're going to put up here. You drive by it one day, you'll see it. And it is massive.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for your delegation today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Appreciate you coming out tonight. Madam Clerk, who is our next delegate?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Corey Pfefferman.
Welcome, Corey. You can start whenever you can unmute.
Sure. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. First of all, it's really unsettling to hear the way that you guys describe how disruptive something might be to somebody's life in such a cold, scientific way. Like, just some of those terms in that presentation were pretty ridiculous. And to the traffic, I just want to add that already it's terrifying to turn left off of Edward at most hours of the day. And to the mayor's point that we should only talk about the facts, things that are happening right now, that laneway back there goes nowhere, right? Because this is the first building we're talking about. So the only way to come out is on Harwood right now. And to suppose that, oh yeah, eventually there will be a laneway that takes you somewhere, but right now that laneway is nowhere. It's just a strip of, cement behind the building. So let's be real about that. Okay, I prepared a statement that I want to share today. So I object to the height of 10 stories. There will be no privacy for people living in the surrounding area if they're in a direct line of sight of some of the 131 dwelling units that are proposed. A more responsible way to increase density in the area would be to allow 5-story buildings in more parts of Ajax, rather than trying to cram multiple 10-plus story buildings in a single block. It should be noted that Eric Simpson's also planning another 12 and 5-story building right next door at 21 and 23 Harwood, and it remains unknown how many more notices I'll receive about additional projects Eric Simpson is already planning. It would be highly irresponsible to approve zoning for multiple buildings without making parallel investment in the surrounding community.
Sorry, Mr. Pfefferman, I have to pipe in. Can you please keep your comments respectful of staff? This is not Mr. Simpson's application. He is simply the planner on the file. He is not pushing this. He is our town staffer. I would just ask that you remain respectful during your delegation, please. Thank you.
Sure, I will be respectful. Thank you. So in the 2 developments that I know about, there are 326 new units being built in one corner. So will there be more buses? Will neighboring schools get more funding to accommodate 326 families moving to this neighborhood? What green space will these people enjoy other than that little square on top of the roof? Where will they work? You know, increasing the block's population from 0 to 1,000 will require investment. As we all know, housing affordability is also a major problem in Ajax and the surrounding area. It is possible some real estate investors may forget that housing is a human right and try to rent these units out for very high rental fees. To mitigate this, I suggest the town of Ajax should include that any rezoning for a building over 5 stories require that the developer sell 10% of its residential inventory at cost to registered housing co-ops. This would show that the town of Ajax is committed to increasing accessibility while increasing its density. I hope to receive clarity on where the rezoning frenzy ends. If the community supports 1 or 2 improvements to the neighborhood's density, how many more developers will claim this creates a precedent? If either of the current proposals in Harwood are approved, I propose that there should be a 10-year moratorium on zoning changes over 5 stories, anywhere within 300 meters of 27, 29, 31 Harwood. This would safeguard the community from giving the authority to turn Harwood into Bay Street overnight. And let it be clear that these objections are not simply a not in my backyard style of complaint. I'm fighting for the future neighbors in your building. I'm making sure they aren't swooned by a fancy 3D rendering of their north-facing view, only to find that they're staring at another 10-story building that was approved mere feet from their balcony. I'm making sure our neighbors aren't in crowded schools, crowded buses, or stuck in traffic. And I'm making sure they have green space to enjoy. I'm making sure they're not constantly bothered by the construction noise of new buildings that are approved. And I'm making sure that they move into a community whose municipal government is interested in the interests of its constituents and not in the shareholders of 27 Harwood Avenue, Inc. I oppose the amendments of this zoning, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and we appreciate you coming out this evening. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, our next delegation.
Madam Chair, we have Chetan Lakhani and Angie Arora.
Welcome to CAP tonight. You can start as soon as you unmic.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair and Mr. Mayor and Council for allowing me to speak today. And thank you, of course, to all the delegates who have come today to support each other and represent the community here. I am a new homeowner on Blackburn Crescent. I live at 11 Blackburn Crescent. You may have noticed my house. It kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It's the big, large custom home that was built at 11 Blackburn Crescent. My backyard directly faces the properties in question, currently occupied by an adult video store or defunct adult video store, and there's also a vacuum store there. And so I am personally directly impacted by this proposal because first and foremost, this will land literally directly in my backyard. My backyard faces onto Harwood on the west side. And so I am in particularly concerned about many of the same issues that other delegates have expressed, specifically the height of the building. I I would like a point of clarity, Chair, if you can, with Mr. Simpson, regarding the current allowable height restrictions as per the plan. One of the things I did do before purchasing my home at 11 Blackburn Crescent was review the plan, because I knew that this area was zoned as a Midtown corridor between the uptown and downtown regional centers. And I was particularly concerned about traffic. Right now, one of the things that happens to us every night is obviously because of the hospital located on Harwood, south of Bailey. There's a lot of traffic for ambulance traffic up and down Harwood, which is disturbing. Of course, necessary, but disturbing. And so I am particularly also concerned about the amount of density that will be added to this area in the form of vehicular density, in addition to the people that will be, of course, living in this building, and of course the next building that my friend Corey mentioned, which has not been talked about a lot in this meeting, but there's already a proposal for a development, Petrina Developments at 21, I think it's 21 and 23 Harwood, which is literally just next door. And so if I could just start, with getting an answer to my question from Mr. Simpson around the official height limitation. I think it was mentioned earlier, but both the delegates that preceded me mentioned different height limitations. So I just wanted a point of clarity on what is the current height limitation on in the Midtown corridor. And if I could just get that question answered before I continue.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes. So as per area specific policy 6.7, the current maximum height is 3 stories. However, the Midtown Corridor designation that these lands are subject to allows up to 8 stories. But because of that area specific policy that overrides everything, it's 3 stories currently.
Okay, so Mr. Simpson, is this proposal being made to alter 6.7 or alter and or remove 6.7 and in favor of them, or is it suggesting that we override 6.7 and also the Midtown Corridor stipulation?
Both. It would remove area specific 6.7 specifically from these lands. And then because it's 10 instead of 8, it's also proposing to amend, create a new site specific exception essentially that would allow 10 stories instead of 8.
Right. But 6.7 in a sense is moot because that was basically, Mr. Mayor asked a question earlier about that. And basically what I understood from that exchange was that 6.7 should have been removed, wasn't removed for reasons unknown, would likely be removed. And so really we're just talking about the Midtown Corridor stipulation, correct?
Correct. It is outdated and it is the intent that it would be removed, but because it hasn't been, it's still in effect.
Okay. So as of today, just to be crystal clear, 8 stories is allowed. So if this proposal was for an 8-story building, no such exception would be necessary at this time because that is specified in the Midtown Corridor stipulation. So we're really talking about 2 stories here. Is that fair?
Well, because area specific policy 6.7 still exists, it would still require an amendment. But if you want to if you want to remove that, then yes, you're correct. We're looking at 2 extra stories.
Okay. All right, great. So one thing I want to just, now that we've had that clarification, so I'm glad that you clarified that. Thank you very much, sir. I wanted to just point out to Mr. Mayor, I think one of the previous delegates was asking about the shadow study. And one thing I noted in the shadow study is if you note the times that they've used for the shadow study, what you'll see is that to me, there is a glaring omission there in the way that they've done the shadow study. So if I could just point you to the shadow study, I just downloaded the one that's on the website. I hope I have the right one. It seems to be the most current one. I think it was part of the 3rd submission package. And I'm looking at the actual website or the web page, I should say, for on ajax.ca for 27, 29, and 31 Harwood. And under the 3rd submission, I've pulled the shadow study there. It's 191 megabytes. So if anybody wants a reference, that's what I'm looking at. One thing you'll notice just on the 2nd page where it talks about the shadows during, I think Mr. Simpson referred to this as the spring solstice. Mr. Simpson, is that correct? March 21st?
That is correct.
Okay. So you'll notice that the times that they use to determine the impact of the shadows is at 9:18 a.m. to 10:18 a.m. So I believe in Mr. Simpson's comments, there was a suggestion that there would be an impact of about an hour. I take exception with that analysis only because, as we all know, the sun rises much earlier than 9:18 a.m. In fact, today the sun rose at 5:30 a.m. In Ajax. And so what this shadow study doesn't account for is what happens from sunrise to the point where the sun is no longer obstructing the backyards of all of the residents along the western side of Harwood, namely on Blackburn Crescent, of which I am a resident. So I would propose to you that the shadow study is somewhat, I don't want to go so far as to say deliberately obfuscating the matter, but at least is incomplete in its analysis, because it doesn't consider the sun, the blockage of sunlight to the western residents along Harwood Avenue between the hours of sunrise. And of course, we all know that sunrise changes during the seasons, but at least we know right now, as of today, it's occurring roughly at 5:30 a.m. And I would propose that around spring solstice is occurring roughly around 6 a.m. So between 6 a.m. and 9:18 a.m. or up until even 10:18 a.m., using their own diagrams, there would be a dramatic impact on sunlight to all of the residents and a dramatic shadow cast by this very large building across that entire subdivision along Blackburn Crescent. Mr. Simpson, do you know, or could you answer why they do not provide that level of detail in the shadow study?
Through you, Madam Chair. Shadow studies don't typically include every single hour of the day. It's meant to provide more of a glimpse of when shadows would have the longest impact. So that's why you see the hours that have been shown.
Right. But would you agree with my logic that it's fair to assume that a longer shadow will be cast earlier than 9:18 a.m.? Is that a fair statement to make?
It's very possible that there could be shadow impacts before the 9:18 a.m., but it doesn't necessarily mean that it would be to the extent that's been shown on the illustrations.
No, it would be greater, in fact, because the sun would be at a lower altitude than at 9:18 a.m. Obviously, as the sun goes to midday, the sun the impact of shadows decreases as the sun becomes more above our heads than at the horizon level. So what I'm saying is that by them using 9:18 to show the shadow, it's obfuscating the fact that actually at 8 a.m. the shadow cast by this building along my backyard and along all the backyards here would actually be much worse. I'm just saying that they have not provided. I'm not suggesting that they provide shadow detail for every hour of the day. What I am suggesting is that they provide it in the impact zones, and the impact zones are in sunrise and sunset. So what I would like to see is a shadow study between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. And then conversely, on the evening side, let's say between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. or 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., which is where on other slides that they've provided, for example, on page 4, and this pertains to my friends on Heron Avenue, on Heron Street. They're showing shadow. You can see the shadow cast in figure at 6:18 p.m. on March 21st. Obviously, the sun doesn't set during this time up until roughly 8 p.m. So there's 2 more hours of shadow, and of course, that shadow would get worse as the sun got lower to the horizon. They have not depicted that in these studies. And so,
excuse me, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. So, I just wanted to make that point about the shadow study, and that I believe that the shadow study is incomplete and the analysis is inaccurate because it doesn't show the key points of when the shadows will be cast and who it will be cast upon. So, I take exception with this particular shadow study. I also take exception with the ideas, and I concur with many of the points that my friend Corey made earlier. I too object to the height of this building. I believe 8 stories, as is allowed under the current Midtown Corridor policy, is more than sufficient. We also have seen additional developments coming up, and the Petrina proposal being a good example. And we're concerned that there will be many others like this should this exception be granted. 8 stories is more than enough to accomplish the goals of the region in terms of adding additional affordable housing. And so we don't feel that there's any need for an exception to be granted on this basis for a matter of 2 stories, since the existing policy is more than adequate to accommodate a very healthy mid-rise mixed-use building. And so finally, I do also want to concur with the comments that were made earlier by another delegate around the climate impact. I recognize that Mr. Mayor did mention that they would be looking into that in greater detail, and so I appreciate that. But I am also concerned about the impact on the school system in our area. And that'll be my final comment. And I'll take a response from anybody on council on how they plan to address the capacity issues at Lord Elgin Public, where my son currently attends. And obviously by having an additional, I think it's about just over 300 units between these 2 developments, what is going to be done to increase the capacity in the local schools around the area for inevitably what will be an increase in their student populations based on the residents in these buildings. And so if anybody on council could perhaps address that point, that will conclude the nature of my comments. But I just want to put it on the record that I am definitely, in opposition of these exceptions that are being proposed. But I would like an answer to my question around the school capacity issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can address that for you. The schools and anything in capacity that would be the school board's responsibilities. They do understand the developments that are happening around the towns and around their schools. They would be responsible for addressing that capacity within their responsibilities. Thank you very much for your delegation. And Madam Chair, could we have our next delegation?
Madam Chair, the speaker is Heather.
Thank you, Heather. You can start as soon as you unmute.
Hello. Hi. Hold on. So I'm speaking, I am against the zoning change and the proposed development. I am here to voice concerns, not only for myself, but for my fellow neighbors and future neighbors. I understand that Eric has addressed some of the problems that I'm about to list. However, I want to stress that just because a problem has been addressed, it does not mean that it is good enough, that it has a good enough solution to these problems. I believe that this development adds to the current problems we're facing and is not helping. So the problems, I have a list. So the surrounding, due to the 3-level parking garage, I believe that the surrounding homes could be affected to the point where foundations can shift and walls will crack. And with that, home insurance will also increase due to an increase in claims from damages. On top of that, property tax will increase. And just want to remind that we are in a housing crisis, so keeping costs down would be ideal. Surrounding schools cannot accommodate this many new families and kids. And on top of that, hold on. And 5, lack of privacy for neighboring houses. 6, heavily increased traffic flow. And let me remind you that our roads are congested, which led to schools in Durham changing their start time to try and alleviate this issue. Number 7, not enough frequent public transportation to accommodate this many people. Everything I've mentioned will also decrease our property resale value. Nobody wants to live in a congested area with a building cascading over them, invading their privacy and blocking natural sunlight and view of the sky. I ask, what is exactly the plan for the future of Ajax? Because on top of this, we are recently notified of another proposal for 21 and 23 Harwood, which is another large mixed-use development. Is the future of Ajax going to look like downtown Toronto? Because personally, I just moved from downtown Toronto to escape the congestion. Based on these notices, it seems like we're heading down the same path. Our neighborhood needs more green spaces, schools, daycare centers, and senior homes. All of these things do not require a 10-story building and does not require drilling 3 levels down. Beyond that, I want to read an excerpt from this article titled Ontario's Durham Region Approves Developer Endorsed Plan to Open 9,000 Acres of Farmland, published on May 24 on the narwhal.ca, written by Emma McIntosh. Regional councillors in Ontario's Durham region voted on Wednesday, May 25th, to approve a development industry lobby group's plan to open more than 9,000 acres of farmland for development. They did so in spite of a last-minute warning from Durham region planning staff, who cautioned that the proposal would take more land than needed to achieve housing goals, while setting back climate action and encouraging sprawl. It would also cause long-term challenges in planning for key infrastructure, like parks and schools, staff wrote on May 24. I want to highlight that, quote again, that this would take more land than needed to achieve housing goals. Durham Council has already chosen to take away farmland for development instead of building on existing sites. You cannot have it both ways. And this only reaffirms that this development is not needed here. I also want to highlight that this was approved despite Durham Region planning staff and residents voicing their concerns about this matter. I sincerely hope that today will be different and that our voices will be heard and taken seriously. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add that this council did not support that decision. Mayor Collier, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair. And that was my first question to Ms. Wang is, are you aware that every member of this council that sits on regional voted against recommendation 2A, the build developer proposal?
That makes me very happy, and I hope that you will also vote against this proposal.
Well, that I wasn't going to ask you a question, but that's why I asked the question. You just read an article that I was interviewed for. I'm quoted in that. I know Emma well, and it's a good article and it's factual, but it goes against everything that you said in your opening, because exactly what this council is supporting, which is scenario 5, which is make better and higher density use of the lands we already have, is why we voted against scenario 2A. What you're saying about we don't need bigger buildings and we don't need these things on major transit routes and that other thing is exactly what scenario 2A is.
Right, but this has already been approved. So really, you can't have both, in my humble opinion.
Well, and I agree with you, and that's what I'm trying to say is we
right. So there is enough. So the 9 acres of land will be developed. And I'm asking, why do you need that and this? So it's unfortunate that they went ahead and approved that, even though you disagreed with it. That is unfortunate, yes. Mm-hmm. But now that it has moved forward, I don't see the need of this moving forward as well.
Okay, so are you saying it's fine to build this, but just please build it somewhere else?
No, I'm saying that project, the 9 acres of farmland has been approved.
9,000.
9,000, sorry, 9,000 acres has been approved. So I don't see the need of this project of a 10-story building needing to be approved alongside that.
Okay, well, just to clarify, that and what we're talking about today are two completely different things. Our official plan and the regional official plan already consider this development we're talking about today at 8 stories. And what you're talking about with the 9,000 acres, that's urban settlement area expansion for the next 30 years, which is separate and in addition to. So I just wanted to make that clarification since you read it. And I appreciate it because I want to talk about this travesty at the region of supporting scenario 2A as often as possible in as many public forums as possible, because it is terrible. But just want to mention to you so you're aware that it is different from what we're talking about today and really has no effect on what we're talking about today. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come out this evening. Madam Clerk, who is our next delegate?
Pardon me, Madam Chair, the next speaker is Susan White.
Welcome, Ms. White. You can start whenever you want to unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I have concerns, number one, about the potential damage to the surrounding homes caused by the excavation of the 3-level underground parking. If damage were to occur, how is it proven that this damage was caused by the excavation? How are the homeowners going to be compensated for any of these damages that may happen during this construction? The other concern, the widening of the acquired land. I would probably be one of those homes that the land would be acquired. I'm right on the street at Harwood, directly across from on Edward Street. And so, you know, if I want to spruce my place up, like what do I live in a home that not putting floors in because they're going to demolish my place in a year or two anyway. How do I get compensated if, for instance, I need to put $5,000 in for a new roof, which would be a required maintenance for my property? Right, just give me a minute here. Okay, so I do object to the 10 stories. I think that even 5 stories will be an eyesore. I don't know a lot about architectural structures, developments, that sort of thing, but I think it's just going to look totally out of place on this street. There's going to be major traffic congestion, what has been mentioned before. Right now, the noise levels on the street are pretty, especially if you're right on the street, the noise levels are pretty high. We've got the sirens, we've got modified mufflers, we've got drag racers and motorcycles that quite enjoy, having their little fun on Harwood. I really feel that this whole thing is an encroachment on our neighborhoods, and that there hasn't been a lot of consideration to traffic safety of the families, young and old, in the neighborhood. So anyway, it just, it feels that we're kind of being bulldozed here. That's how I feel. And just the whole thing with the parking, there's going to be, where are these people going to park? Visitors come in, there's going to be no parking. They're going to be parking on our streets. How are we going to get in and out of our driveways? We've got young kids in these neighborhoods, got young families that, some have got kids, maybe some are going to be having kids soon. And it's just, there's just so many concerns.
Thank you for taking the time to come out this evening. We really appreciate it. Madam Clerk, our next delegate.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Ian Edward, please.
Good evening, Mr. Edward. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and I certainly won't take 5 minutes, but I do want to register that we are not in favor of this moving forward as planned. The first thing that we would say is we are in favor of mixed housing and increased density, and to the mayor's point, appreciate that this isn't new farmland and that this would be a redevelopment. What I would say, though, as I consider the entire project, is that you're looking at these in isolation. With the development of the Petrina properties at the north side with a proposed 12 stories, along with this proposed development and others I'm sure that are yet to come, I think it should be incumbent upon council to look at the entire space, which is a bit of a wasteland on the landscape, and have a full plan for the development. We talked about the expansion of Harwood. Houses bordering the street line have been up for sale, sold recently, and new people have moved in. The council hasn't been proactive in taking charge of this development and really needs to look at this from Kingston Road all the way down to the highway as one area and do it in order and with some consideration for everything that's going on. At the moment, this is too haphazard. This is one project at a time where you're trying to sell us a bill of goods on one project, and in 2 weeks, there's another meeting to sell us a different bill of goods. This isn't the way to do great community development. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come out, Mr. Edwards. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
I just wanted to say I'm Edward on Edward. I was just wondering. Good job.
Madam Clerk, our next, I'm sorry, Regional Councillor Dice, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to direct my question to Mr. Simpson. One of the issues that Mr. Edwards broke up about doing the planning in kind of a haphazard way. And I wondered if you can explain what our responsibility as a municipality is when we receive a developer that's interested in developing their land and how we go through that process.
Madam Chair, to Regional Councillor Dias, that is correct. We have to consider each application on its own planning merits. There's no secondary plan for this area. That's not to say, though, when we consider each application individually that we're not thinking comprehensively, which is why we thought about doing this whole lane configuration and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's still a matter of what comes before us. We don't have all the lands being developed at the same time, so we have to just do one thing at a time as that comes forward, essentially.
If I may also add on to Eric's comments, Councillor Dias through the chair. When this application did come in, staff did approach all the landowners between Mandrake and Doric that fronted on to Harwood Avenue and had several meetings with the property owners. Mr. Caleras, who owns the Apex Glass Plaza down at the south end. There's another gentleman to the north of him. And then the developments groups, as well as the group at Latrina's at the corner. There's one holdout property along there. I believe it's the TNT Sushi property, if I'm not mistaken, but they were also around the table for discussion. So there was some form of master plan, albeit not through a formal secondary planning process, but the consultants for this file were tasked with putting something together, I believe, as part of their rationalization of how they would fit into the bigger puzzle, if I may.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also, I guess one last question is too, and I understand there are time limitations also when we do receive site plan applications or different applications, and that we have to respond in a certain amount of time. So we can't just sort of wait until we're ready to do something different or wait until another development comes forward. So if you can answer that, Mr. Simpson, I don't know, it's something that we understand to a certain degree, but I think for the public, it's very confusing. It's very technical.
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Dias. Yeah, that is correct. There are specified timelines where decisions are supposed to be made or an applicant could appeal the decision. So we, like you said, we can't just put a hold on all development because we don't have everyone at the table at the same time. But as Director Romanowski did mention, we did coordinate with the whole block here between Mandrake and Doric to try to have more of a comprehensive approach. And the staff report does speak to that with respect to that master block section. But yeah, essentially that at this point, that's all we can do. So we're just considering what we have today and still trying to be as comprehensive as we can.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next delegate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next speaker is Kyle Olubik.
Good evening, Kyle. You can start when you unmute, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, guys. I am the resident at 105 Heron Street, directly right behind this massive proposed development. I am against the 10-story development and will be much rather see an 8-story development like the city has planned out. Now, I have a few questions in regards to this actual building that wasn't specified in today's meeting. So one thing is it has a mechanical penthouse. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
So when you say 10 stories high, is that 10 stories plus the mechanical?
Correct. The mechanical penthouse is not considered a story. However, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment does cap a specific building height that factors in the mechanical penthouse height.
So in your light study, was the mechanical penthouse included? Well, not yours, in the light study.
The submitted sun shadow study has the massing of the whole building. So that includes all levels of the building.
Okay, so this is 10 stories plus, just to make it apparent to everybody. It's not just 10 stories. Another thing, in regards to the noise, is there an outdoor generator or indoor generator?
Through the chair, there is a mechanical penthouse that will incorporate the majority of the mechanical systems, but there will be an emergency generator that is on the outside. However, the noise report does look at that kind of things because there are provincial regulations that are in place that different mechanical systems have to meet on site, which means it would essentially prevent you from hearing it on another site adjacent to the property.
So I work construction. Generators are extremely loud, and I find that hard to believe, but you guys only look at certain reports, so we'll leave it at that. So again, it's plus 10 stories and it's got an outdoor generator. Okay, no worries. I'd like to make it apparent to everybody that the owner of the property went on my property and cut down trees that were not on his specific property. My fence line is a foot back from my actual property line. And this individual came onto my property and cut down trees that were illegal. They were over the determined size by the city. I would also like to make it apparent that I spoke with the architectural tree planner, and he is aware that this all went down. I have pictures, and it's just kind of like the kind of person that we're dealing with here. This builder did not confront me. This builder was not there when the arborists were cutting down my trees. We had to go outside, stop this individual, and just like a sign of the times, right? Anything to get things out of the way so that it makes his job easier in building, right? Like cutting down trees that are protected. Another thing that I would like to bring up is the fact that the architectural design of this building is atrocious. I don't know if you guys have looked at it, but there is no architectural design to this that is appeasing to anybody. It's just appeasing to the builder's pocket. Because obviously, as we all know, the more designs we put into something, the more it costs. Now, as a city planner, I would like to see Ajax to be something that isn't just a mirrored image of Scarborough from the 80s. As we all know, those condos that was built in Scarborough was just very basic. And that's exactly what we're seeing here today. So if anything at all, I would suggest that the city call on this builder to make something that actually is beautiful to the skyline. Something that just isn't like a Lego building block that my kids built. It's just atrocious. I think that's pretty much it. I would like for them to just keep it at 8 stories, and I think that would appease everybody with a little bit more architectural design.
Okay, thank you for taking the time to come out this evening. We appreciate it. Madam Clerk, our next delegate.
Madam Chair, our next speaker.
Sorry, Chair. Excuse me, Chair. Oh. I just had a question to the planner, to Eric, regarding that last comment, if I may.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Mr. Simpson, it's a valid point. Is does the town have any say regarding the architectural aesthetic of buildings?
Yes, they do.
Hey, Madam Chair to Regional Council, yes, and our control architect has reviewed all submissions of this development application, and we are supportive of the design.
So, I mean, what would qualify? What would disqualify a design? It's I've always wondered regarding the architecture of buildings and the way certain buildings look. The Mississauga condos are a very good example of that. So I'm just wondering, what does our architectural designer look for?
Well, we have a number of urban design policies that the report actually does shed light on with respect to just variations in the massing, pedestrian elements at grade, variations in color and texture and materials that are being used. And this proposed development does achieve all of that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, and thank you, Chair.
Madam Clerk, the next delegate, please.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Laura Healy.
Hello, Ms. Healy. You can go as soon as you unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Hi. So my name is Laura Healy, and I'm a resident over on Edward Street, just within the 120 meters distance of this proposed development. I just want to say that I stand with all the other delegates and that I oppose the change in the zoning for this building. I do not believe that we should allow the height to exceed, well, ideally my idea would be like 6, but I think that we cannot allow them to go above the 8 that is allowed on this area. If you look at the area surrounding this particular parcel of land, this is an area of 2-story family homes, 1.5-story and single-story bungalow war homes. I think we need to take into consideration that the proposed height of this building really does not blend in with the landscape of the community surrounding this parcel of land. We know that there is a rich heritage and history within Ajax, specifically in the homes on the west side of Harwood, in terms of, the history in this town. And I think that we need to take that into consideration when we're allowing new developments to take place. I do believe that the height will, of course, directly impact all the houses in the neighborhoods on the east and west side of Harwood. I also agree with one of the other delegates that I don't believe that the shadowing plans are 100% accurate with the sun rising and setting. I also believe that privacy for backyards and front yards of the homes in the surrounding areas will be directly impacted, because are we taking into consideration the view that the new residents will have when they're sitting on their balconies or terraces? I did see the plans, and that the developer has planned to push back the top 2 stories of this building to make it not seem like such a straight front sort of block building facing Harwood. And I don't think that that will detract from what the actual height and size of this building is. I also have a concern with the potential widening of Harwood Road with this development. Will we need a center turn lane? Are we going to need to have additional lanes on Harwood to get people onto Doric and Mandrake so that they can access that back lane in the back? And if so, where is that lane going to be taken from? Is it going to be taken from the east side of Harwood or the west side? Because I have neighbors who have homes that are almost directly on Harwood on the west side, and I would hate to see that their houses be impacted to that. I have concerns as well with the 3-story parking. What will the excavation do to the surrounding homes in that neighborhood? Will it cause damage to the homes directly on Heron? Will it cause damage to our road on Harwood and the houses on the west side? I do also understand that this developer has said that they're going to put in a green roof, which is great for greenhouse gases and emissions. But what about a green space for all these new residents? If we allow this whole parcel of land to be developed into buildings, because we know that it's not just going to be one building, we have applications for other buildings coming up. Where is the green space for these new residents going to be? So they're going to spill onto the green spaces of the surrounding neighborhoods. Lord Elgin, as a school, has a field which has horrible drainage and sewage issues. It wasn't too long ago that that field collapsed due to a sewage backup. And so how is that all going to be impacted here with these new residents? There's one small little parkette on Elm Street, which, isn't big, doesn't have a lot of space. We do have Cedar Park, but again has, one small sort of playground. Then you have the high school over there on Mandrake, which does have a large field and track, but also does have, I think, drainage issues because it always seems to be wet in the spring and not usable until probably very, very late spring. So I have concerns with that. How are we going to be, building all these new buildings in this little spot, but not having a green space or park space for these residents to use? And how will having those residents use our green spaces, which would be great, how is that going to impact, the maintenance and that neighborhood? I do agree with my neighbor that, we need to look at that block as a whole. And if we allow one building to exceed the 8 stories, then what's to say the next one's not going to come and want 15 stories or 20 stories? I would like to ask the council to consider making this area, the 8 stories and below in development. And when we have opportunities to develop south of the 401, where there are already high-rise buildings, where there's a lot more less residential homes on the west side, that would be a great area to build those high-rise buildings. So I just want to say on the record that although I'm not opposed to redevelopments of those lands, I am opposed to changing the zoning to increase a higher building, and I am opposed to what that's going to mean for future projects down the road.
Thank you, Ms. Healy. Is there any questions to this delegate? Thank you very much for taking the time to come out this evening. Madam Clerk, our next delegate.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Jeff Lee.
Hello, Mr. Lee. You can start when you unmute and you have 5 minutes.
Hi. Good. I just finished my.
Is Mr. Lee with us?
Through the chair, Mr. Lee is on the call and I've prompted to unmute, but I'm receiving no response.
Okay.
Madam Chair, perhaps we can move on to the next speaker and I'll watch for Mr. Lee to return.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Through the chair, our next speaker is Christian.
Hello, Christian. Thank you for coming out this evening. You can start once you're unmute. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, good evening to the chair, mayor, and the council. Actually, I'll be blunt. Now it's 8:45. I'll be probably less than 5 minutes. First, I want to apologize if either my accent or English proficiency will make the effort to be made understood by everybody. I came in Canada in 2007, and actually I bought my property in Ajax 107 Heron Street in 2011. The reason I left Toronto was because I'm a father of an autistic child, and this property, the backyard of this property was everything I wanted for my daughter, to give her some relief, because she's suffering from some disease which cannot be treated. And for this reason, more than 8 years, I did commute 3.5 hours from Ajax to Hamilton. I increased my commuting with 1 hour, just to 3.5 hours one way, just to have this property here, and I did it for my daughter. Actually, I concur 100% to all what my neighbors, and some of them are friends, said before, so I won't repeat it again. All their concerns are also mine. And I just want to point out that when I bought this property, I didn't know in detail the Canadian laws, and I just have an idea that, okay, nothing can be built more than, let's say, 3 or 5 stories height. Actually, I didn't know about the exceptions and amendments and things like that. And probably is my fault. I won't blame anyone else. But I can tell you that in the 80s, my grandfather went through a much worse situation in Romania, my native country, when his property was expropriated. His house was demolished in 2 weeks, and it was transformed into some sort of a cornfield. But that was communist Romania, and that was something which I deeply resented there, and I said that's why I was trying to go anywhere else. So for some reason, what's happening now with this 10-story, which is like some sort of a King Kong, among pygmies, it's somehow bringing back bad memories which I have from when I was a young guy then, and I don't know what I can do, and I don't think I'm entitled to speak for my neighbors or for the neighbors which are not present here, because I just came in Canada in 2007. So, but again, I said I'm 100% concurring to all that was said, all the concerns and sadness which I felt in the tone of my neighbors. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. We really appreciate it. Madam Clerk, do we have another delegate?
We're going to check back with Mr. Lee. This is the last call for Delegate Jeff Lee.
Also, our first delegate, did we ever reconnect with him?
Through the chair, unfortunately not.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't appear that Mr. Lee, he may have stepped away.
Okay.
That concludes our speakers list other than that gentleman.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe our proponent is on tonight. I'm wondering if he would like to come on and make a few comments or answer some of the questions that were asked. Hi there, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been listening in intently, and I'm happy to just make some remarks in response to the best of my ability. I would certainly appreciate, and I think the comments that I've heard this evening are often similar to comments that we hear. I'm a land use planner, by the way, that's with Weston Consulting on behalf of the owner and proponents. So I'm here to speak to this in my capacity as a land use planner. Obviously, that have been at this for several years. Many of the residents in the area I've met, and we had open houses that were well attended, and certainly this has generated interest. But I would simply just want to respond with a few comments. First of all, I wanted to commend the efforts of staff and their analysis. I think they've done a great job in trying to put together a well thought out report. I would also just comment that we have made a number of changes over actually several years in responding to the comments. So there was a number of comments made of a technical nature, things like questions around landscape treatments, for example. What you see in the materials is somewhat schematic, so there's actually a far greater amount of detail that will come through the site plan process in terms of screening of the terraces and balconies, the specific landscape treatments that will provide screening, how we'll deal with privacy and the nature of the facade of the buildings. One of the things that has been done as well is the developer has experience with building projects that do have underground parking. So a lot of the concerns about things like underground parking, structural challenges, water management. He's got a fairly good experience with that, and there's a process that will go through as part of the construction management to ensure that there's no damage done to surrounding properties. I know it is a concern, and obviously that's something that's done through a precondition report that's done by the construction team, and that's also dealing with water management. What we're very excited about is this particular project is certainly something that will assist, we believe, in some of the town's priorities in terms of, again, the greenhouse gas emission targets, some of the new initiatives. We're committed to exploring the new standards and how we can work to achieve them. Because this project obviously predated the new standards, we're keen to work with staff through the site plan process to look at ways in which we can address many of the requirements. So I do believe this to be a project that is representative of good planning, like your staff have put forward. And certainly the nature of this type of project does bring with it various often concerns about intensification on corridors, but this is ultimately something that's intended to balance overall interest. So there are many issues to work through with the site plan, including architectural detailing, but we have supplied that material to staff. And again, there is a site plan process that will continue. As it relates to shadowing, I think it's recognized that there will be an increase in shadowing at certain periods of the day. And the gentleman's remarks on the west side in terms of early morning hours, the shadow does affect all of us in those early morning hours, even in low-rise communities from one house to the next. And certainly there will be some increased shadow, but it does dissipate quickly through the day. And in the key times of day when most people are utilizing their yards and lawns and such, there's actually an acceptable shadowing condition because of the terracing of the building. And that's the design behind some of those design policies, like a 45-degree angular plane, for example, and stepping the front of the building back as well. So we're very keen to see this matter move forward and work through the remaining details. So if there's any questions of members from me or of the proponent, I'm here to answer any questions, but I would certainly appreciate the support of this group in your capacity this evening. And thank you to all the residents for your comments, and certainly keen to work with any specific issues. And I could be reached through contact by Mr. Simpson or the director as well, if need be, in terms of specific details. So thank you, Regional Councillor. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I believe our mayor has a couple of questions for you.
Actually, Chair, I was going to ask about the environmental provisions being made in this, but we're only discussing the official plan and zoning amendments tonight, not site plan. And Mr. I'm sorry, I don't know how you say it, Getter?
It's Gooder.
Gooder has already spoken to that, and that will be dealt with staff after. So I will pass on my questions. Thank you.
Is there any other questions for Mr. Gooder tonight? If not, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't put my hand up fast enough. Thank you, Mr. Gooder. I did have a couple of questions. Do you have examples in our town or in our region of a similar type of build, similar project that your company has done?
So through you to the councillor, this type of housing is something that's certainly probably not all that common in the town proper. It's certainly the first of its kind in this segment of Harwood. But I've got lots of experience dealing with what I'd characterize to be mid-rise building forms throughout the region. And in fact, many examples in really widely throughout the region from east to west, including in places like Clarington, obviously in the city of Pickering, all the way across the region. What is important about it, I would say, and I'm happy to answer a follow-up question, but there are several projects that I'm involved in various parts of the region. Not any others specifically that I'm involved in Ajax. This is one specifically that I'm involved in Ajax, and I'm sure there's others, but I know the one to the north, I was familiar with it coming forward as well, because when we started our project, they had not made application in the north block, and then they have since come forward with applications. So I've looked at those plans, I've reviewed them, and we assembled a sort of a master plan concept, which is in the staff report, to consider the whole stretch of this segment of Harwood.
Okay, thank you. And where would I see the examples that you mentioned in Clarington? And sorry, where could I find it on the website?
In terms of projects that are like approved projects or built projects, I could certainly send some sampling to you, Councillor, if that's of assistance in terms of some selected projects.
Okay, so there's no like general website that I could go to, developments or
No, aside from, each municipality that I conduct work in and take applications through would have different portals for different matters. Again, I'm happy to provide that to you if it's of assistance.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, if you don't mind, I'd like to see.
I'm happy to, yes.
Projects. And I did ask earlier about a timeline, estimated timeline for project, or how long you think this will take and what you expect.
So I think actually Mr. Simpson was fairly accurate in that we have a remaining process to go through that probably would put at the earliest sometime next year, I would anticipate, for construction. There's a fairly detailed amount of work that would be necessary for site plan, all of the design details, and then of course a full building permit process, which is quite involved, as you can imagine, designing the building and taking it forward. So I think that's a reasonable time frame at present, and I don't have a specific schedule that's been fully developed. Obviously, the planning approvals are a critical step in developing that further schedule and preparing everything. So,
and when construction starts, how long do you think it will take?
So I would anticipate that there can be anywhere from projects of this nature go down into the ground excavation for a number of months, and then as they rise from the ground, they can take anywhere between sort of around 2 years, I would say 2 to 2.5 years. As a matter of course, in terms of occupancy would occur within that time frame. Typically, as you can appreciate, the building it can be occupied where portions are completed, and then final construction. But I'd say perhaps 2 to 3 years.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions, Chair Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you once again for coming this evening. And I just wondered if there's any additional comments or questions from council before we vote on this. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair Crawford. I really appreciate everyone's comments, and the report was so thorough and really explained a lot of the vision of Ajax, where we were, where we are, where we're going. So I really want to thank Mr. Simpson and the planning staff for putting that together. But I do have, and I noticed the comments from all the residents. One common factor is the height. And I know we talked about the site exception for 3 stories, and then now, and then in 2012, it's 8 stories, but that doesn't really meet what the plans are now in 2022. So I guess my question is, what would happen if and I want to say that I agree with the concept of intensification, not the concept, I guess the site, that this is what we need. We need to build up, not out. We talked about the regional councillors fighting for stopping urban sprawl, etc. So I just want to know why couldn't we stop at 8? What is the minimum max today? I don't know who to ask that to.
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, staff process what's been submitted to us. 8 stories was not proposed, 10 stories were proposed. So we have to consider the merits of the 10 stories. And when considering everything comprehensively, staff feel that 10 stories is still appropriate. I'm not sure if the development proponent wants to speak a little bit more as to why 10 specifically have been proposed. But that's all I can kind of provide at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to respond, Councillor, to that? Or I'm not sure, through you, Madam Chair, rather, if you'd like me to respond.
Well, I do see the mayor shaking his head. So maybe, I don't know if that means that I can ask the mayor. And then we'll see. Thank you, Mr. Gooder.
Sorry, I forgot my camera is on. I think we need the motion on the floor, and then we can discuss it and move forward.
Thank you.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Lee and seconded by Mayor Collier And so now the questions are to the motion. I apologize for that.
Okay. So then I guess is that my question then regarding this motion is let me understand why 8 is not good enough. And that, I guess that would be for Mr. Guter, please.
I'm happy to respond through you, Madam Chair. I think what ultimately results in a mid-rise building is there is a function of trying to optimize a site for development when you're talking about a building that ultimately fits within the setbacks and the principles of an angular plane and transition of scale. So at 8 stories, with the upper 2 most levels, you still are able to achieve building mass in a manner that doesn't result in impacts that are unacceptable impacts. And again, the principle of looking at a site of this nature is to try to seek to optimize the site. And what that means is the uppermost stories are also articulated and set back so that they're ultimately removed from the floor plates below. And in this particular case, we worked quite carefully to take a building that was actually contemplated slightly higher than the 10 stories. And we molded and shaped the mass through discussions and feedback to reduce the height overall. We reduced by a story. We adjusted the mechanical from what was previously contemplated. But what it also allows us to do is optimize the balance of parking, setbacks, and ultimately where we have infrastructure that can support the type of density, we believe it to be appropriate to secure that additional height where it can be done in an appropriate manner, stepped back, doesn't result in any additional shadow of significance. And so that's really the reasoning. The other thing I would say is that, as was pointed out well by staff in their analysis, typically you try to provide a building height to street ratio of about 1-to-1. And so the planned right-of-way width of Harwood is contemplated at a height that responds almost exactly to the 1-to-1 ratio. And in fact, the upper stories are further set back. So in fact, it's actually less mass than what one would expect to be typical in a 1-to-1 ratio, where it's fully deployed to the extent that it would otherwise be. And so we're contemplative of that and the fact that Harwood would be expanded. And so that's part of what's also driving that is really this as a regional intensification corridor once again. So the desire is to optimize that for purposes of balancing overall public interest in supporting transit and intensification in the right location. So hopefully that's a bit of a long-winded answer, but I've captured the pieces there for you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay. That's it for me right now. Thank you, Chair Crawford.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier, did you have a question?
No, I'd just like to speak to the motion.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to open by just thanking all the delegates tonight for their time and their comments. And I know that they're not happy, and I've been doing this a long time, as some of my colleagues and even the new people know that whenever we have an infill or redevelopment project, I've yet to see a single resident that lives nearby that is supportive of that project. And I understand. However, the world that we live in as a council, we are not able or permitted to accept arguments like it might affect my view, or I think there'll be traffic, or my property value, or even shading, which the one gentleman, Mr. Edward, I think spoke well to. Understood, but we are bound by the acts of the province of Ontario, things like the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, our own official plans, the regional official plan. And if those say that something is allowed, then we are not really in a position to take the residents' concerns that are, and I mean with all respect, I'll use the word cosmetic, which might not be the right word, but with respect, I mean, the local residents don't own the property, and the developer, whoever the property owner is, has the exact same right to make an application to develop or redevelop their property as all of you, the delegates, and any other resident or homeowner in Ajax has to make an application to file for a permit to modify their property or tear it down and rebuild it. That's their right. And part of that right is to go through this process and go through the public process and have a meeting like this, which is a public meeting where, in this case, council will make a decision. And tonight we are talking about official plan and zoning amendments. We're not talking about site plan. That's something that's delegated to council later. Garbage pickup, all those things, that's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking simply about density. And that's why, because this exceeds, and I guess to answer Councilor Bauer's question, because this exceeds 8 stories, they had to file an official plan amendment and a zoning amendment. I think my comments earlier alluded to the fact that some of the current rules are outdated based on what we have today and where the province is giving direction and the region going through their current iteration of the regional plan is moving towards. They're moving to actually much higher densities, even with scenario 2A, much higher densities, because we all have predominantly low density to medium density developments, even with, and this is coming during the case study later when we talk about phase 3, with all that development, we're still going to have predominantly 51% low to medium type housing, even with all the high density that's coming. So if this council decided that we were going to side with the residents over the professional advice of the planners and the engineers and the lawyers and the consultants, who, since we're not planners or engineers or lawyers or consultants ourselves, myself, I have to listen to that advice because they're the professionals. That's why we pay them. If we decided not to go and just ignore their advice, the developer is just going to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which is a body that's not elected by you. They don't represent the town. A lot of them probably never been to Ajax. They know nothing about us. They'll make a decision based on the black and white of what's in front of them. And it will do what the delegates don't want. It will approve this project as is, because this project conforms to the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the regional official plan, and the town official plan, and has a supporting report from our own planners, which, by the way, if this went to the Ontario Land Tribunal, would be called to testify against us because they support this recommendation. So it's a bit of a difficult situation. We as a council have taken a pretty strong position. There is a housing crisis. We have taken a strong position on providing alternate forms of housing, and so has the province of Ontario, and that's the direction that's been given. As I said, I think I addressed the site-specific policy 6.7, and should that have been removed earlier? I'm pretty sure it should. Is it going to be? Yes, it is. So it's no longer applicable as of 2010. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is at this point. And our staff recommendation recognizes the impending changes through this iteration of municipal comprehensive review and the update of the regional official plan, to which we have to update our town official plan to conform with. And it makes no sense to not approve something today when the rules are going to change tomorrow and take the decision making out of our hands. That's the long explanation, but hopefully I touched on a few points that the residents asked and gave some reasoning of why I have seconded this and am supporting this today. If we don't, then it's going to cost our taxpayers probably hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to defend an unwinnable Ontario Land Tribunal. And unfortunately, that's the situation we're often in when it conforms to all of the provincial legislations. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to staff and the delegates for all of your work today and your presentations.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Is there any other questions or comments to the motions? Regional Councillor Dyes.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to comment on the motion and wanted to thank the delegations who came forward tonight to help us understand the impact it'll have on their homes and their families. And I understand that, and we do listen to that. Our planners have listened to this, and I think the proponent has also listened in changing and morphing the plan to address some of your concerns over time. I think the step back is great. I've seen this step back kind of building in other places and have admired it because you're not looking at one big tall wall. And I think with having the terraces and the landscaping, it will make some added improvements. But again, I know change brings anxiety, and part of the discussion earlier on was about the 3-year discussion we've had at the region as to how we're going to manage the huge growth in population and how we're going to grow as a municipality. And we have made a firm commitment here in Ajax to protect our environmental lands, which protects your air, your water quality, and flooding. And also to ensure that, we have less, we can mitigate some of the impacts of climate change through some of the things we do, and in keeping those environmental lands and really keeping our agricultural lands, which is so important because we're going to have food security issues as we move forward with climate change. So looking at the bigger picture, we have to make some changes also that we're not used to doing here in Ajax. We're just starting to get intensification, and it can look like it can take on many different forms. And these are some of the things we have to talk about as a community and how we're going to do it. And you're absolutely right, how we're going to incorporate those green spaces and make our living spaces places in a community where we want to stay. So there's a lot of challenges moving forward. And I hate to say it, but yes, the city is coming to the suburbs. Things have changed, and affordability is a huge issue. We have a lot of homeless people here in Ajax and in the region that we need to house. And they're not just people who are out of work or low income. We have families who are middle and upper income that can't afford rents, that can't afford homes. So we have a lot of challenges, and we need some different types of housing. And this is one type of housing that we're considering here this evening. And I hope that you'll stay on and listen to the presentation because we do have a housing report coming forward. And I hope you do have a listen to that because it's very interesting and maybe will help us moving forward as to how we can accommodate this growth in our population. So this evening, though, I have to say I do support the application. I think the proponents worked hard with our staff, and I thank you, both staff and the proponent, for putting this forward and making concessions to that actual plan at the end of the day. And we will do our very best to make it work. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments to the motion? Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me talk again. And I want to say, first, I will thank Mayor Collier for his comments because that is sort of what I was asking about what would happen. And I also want to say that I agree with what Regional Councillor Dyes has said. It's Mayor Collier referred to the experience or the people who've been on council for a while and the new people, which I think I am one of them. And, I've learned a lot over this term. I've learned a lot about planning and intensification and zoning and provincial policy statements and the growth plan and the official plans, the regional, the town, intensification. This is where we are. And it really, what we're talking about now is we cannot build out. We must start to build up. There is a housing crisis where people are unable to afford homes. We need alternative forms of housing. This project does provide that. I do agree that a lot of the concerns that the residents talked about, I remember the open houses, seem to have been touched on with best effort to mitigate. And what we've ended up with this presentation tonight. And I think I'm glad to hear that through Mr. Gooder's comments that they are very eager to to meet requirements, green requirements, our new standards, and that we talked about the site plan and the site plan process, and that staff always does an amazing job of trying to mitigate the inconveniences, because it is inconvenient to residents when there's builds going on and all of the troubles that come with that. So I completely empathize and understand with the residents too, because you're right. It is painful to see change, but this corridor in particular is meant for change. That's what the vision was and what the design, what we're talking all about. So, and it's not just about now where we are today, it really is about where we're going. And we do need to plan for that. So, I do have a problem with 8-story or 10 stories versus 8. But I don't feel that is enough for to not support this, because it is a reasonable application. So I will support it, begrudgingly support it, because I think it's a reasonable response. So sorry, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Collier has requested a recorded vote. If there's no other questions, we can go straight there. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the motion, in favor or opposed? Mayor Collier?
In favor.
Councillor Bauer?
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes?
In favor.
Councillor Khan?
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee?
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Moran?
In favor.
And Regional Councillor Crawford?
In favor. That passes.
Madam Chair, would you object to a 5-minute break if I moved one?
No, that's fine.
Can we move on to the next subject, please? I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor for a 5-minute break? Okay. See you in 5.
Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are back and we are ready for presentation 5.2, the Ajax Housing Strategy. Director Romanowski, would you like to introduce who is giving us this report?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll just rewind us back up to 5.1 if you don't mind. And Mr. McCullough will be presenting the Central Ajax Intensification.
Wishful thinking, sorry.
Nice effort to move it along.
We'll get there soon, but we got to go through this one first. So I'll turn it over to Sean right now and he'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Sean.
That's okay. Thanks, Jeff. And I'll just bring up the presentation. Just give me one moment. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sean McCullough. I'm the Supervisor of Planning Policy and Research here at the town of Ajax. Tonight, joining me, I also have Brett Sears, who was our lead consultant on this project. He is with WSP, and he'll be at the end to help answer any questions that you may have. So tonight, we are here to present and answer questions on the Central Ajax Intensification, Servicing, and Transportation Strategy, also known as CAST. First, I'm just going to give a quick overview of the project and the study area. So the study area is outlined in green, and this area is anticipated to become a growing and vibrant hub with a mix of residential and employment opportunities. It includes two strategic growth areas, the downtown Ajax Regional Center and the existing as well as the expanded GO Transit Station area. It also includes the central employment area connecting the two. And I wasn't going to touch on this, but as was indicated in the last item, intensification is increasingly becoming a major topic. The region is expected to grow to 1.3 million residents, so it's essentially a doubling of the population by 2051, and that is the time horizon for this project. So over the years within our study area here, there have been challenges providing sanitary services for developments in the area. And as we start to see some growth, there will be a need to look at the transportation and the various services that support that growth. So the objective of the project is to examine potential within the study area by determining realistic and envisioned development densities for both residential and employment growth, evaluate the existing and future transportation network, evaluate the existing and future servicing infrastructure needs for water, sanitary, and stormwater systems, identify constraints and strategize system improvements, and then finally prepare some cost estimates for the work to help guide us as we move forward. So the project was completed in 3 phases. Phase 1 examined the existing systems and approved developments to create a baseline. Phase 2 added proposed developments that had been identified through pre-consultation or were in the process stage. These phases were completed in October 2020 and February 21, respectively. And then finally here tonight, we are for phase 3. So quickly, I did report on phases 1 and 2 in March of 21, but I just want to provide a brief overview. So phase 1 added 10 approved developments, which encompassed 2,468 units, an additional 544 long-term care beds, and 13,500 square meters of non-residential gross floor area. It confirmed adequate sanitary capacity and that the stormwater system met the targeted level of service. It examined the transportation system, identifying some intersections with capacity concerns, and it recommended a series of signal improvements and some of the other infrastructure improvements that had been planned. When we move on to phase 2, it expanded on the phase 1 analysis, adding 9 developments or 3,877 units and about 3,150 square meters of non-residential gross floor area. This phase did identify the sanitary constraint, and the technical reports examined 4 alternative sanitary solutions. The stormwater system performance was evaluated and identified to meet the targeted level of service. Similarly to the phase 1, the transportation system did identify some intersections approaching capacity and recommended various signal improvements. However, it did also identify and highlight the need to start shifting the travel patterns and recommending a series of active transportation improvements. And now, finally, we get to phase 3, which was definitely the most work of this project. So consultation with key stakeholders was undertaken during all phases. And these key stakeholders include staff from the region, both the Public Works Department and the Planning section, and the transportation and the servicing. We had Durham Region Transit, CN Rail, Metrolinx, as well as the City of Pickering joined us for an open house. While phases 1 and 2 were more of a technical element, phase 3 took more of a visionary approach, identifying potential soft sites, potential road connections, and other strategies or constraints. A draft road network with potential soft sites was prepared and was presented to landowners during a targeted consultation meeting. And the landowners were encouraged to provide their development plans or ambitions and provide comments. Finally, the draft road network and a 3D model, which I'll present shortly, were presented to the public for comment during an open house back in January. And overall, this project has received positive feedback. So phase 3 identified 38 soft sites that had good potential for redevelopment. A site-by-site analysis was undertaken to determine the maximum potential gross floor area using existing official plan permissions. This was then translated into 3D models, dwelling units, population, and jobs, which I'll show in a moment. This phase resulted in the potential to accommodate 14,384 units, 24,741 people, almost 359,000 square meters of non-residential gross floor area, resulting in about 10,625 jobs. Now, this wasn't entirely in the report, so I just wanted to highlight when we start adding the 3 phases together, because it really does signify how much growth is proposed in the study area. When we add the 3 phases together, it results in over 20,000 units, almost 36,000 people, 374,000 square meters of non-residential gross floor area, resulting in just over 11,000 jobs. So we are anticipating some growth. Visually, when we start to look at it, the consultant, as I mentioned, prepared the 3D model. So here we have the northern section of downtown Ajax, which is located across the street from Town Hall, and some office proposals throughout the employment area. A lot of the growth is concentrated along Bailey Street. So you do see here a lot of growth. This is the southern end of the Ajax downtown. Here we have the existing GO Transit station area, so we do anticipate a lot of growth there. We've had some conversation with Metrolinx and hoping to get some development started in this area as well. And then finally, this is the southern end of the Ajax GO station, which encompasses the expanded Ajax GO station, which went to Regional Council for Regional Official Plan Amendment late last year. And we are just waiting to hear back from the province on the final permissions for that. Overall, this is the model for the entire study area. And I know a lot of the buildings do look small, but you are looking at a range of building heights and sizes, anything from about 2 stories to up to 25 stories. Looking at the transportation network, we know that growth will lead to more trips being generated, with approximately 8,000 additional trips during the AM peak and 14,000 during the PM peak. This phase took a more visionary approach, as I mentioned, to the transportation network, identifying strategic connections to provide more movement options through the study area, focusing on creating a fine grid road network. This includes new east-west connections to help alleviate Bailey. So this includes a new extension of Stonewood Street from the Finley Avenue extension over to Harwood, as well as another one on the south side of Bailey extending from Mackenzie over to Harwood and providing relief and options for residents moving throughout the area. We also have a grid network, increasing the road options throughout the Ajax GO station to create those smaller walkable blocks and more manageable development blocks as we move forward. And then finally, there will also be a need to support private and public laneways on larger sites to create smaller blocks or to reduce access points along arterial roads to improve traffic flow. And so there was a number of those strategic connections that were proposed. And these can shift slightly through future development applications, but they will form a critical component of our system moving forward. So as we saw in phase 2, shifting from the automobile and encouraging trips by alternative modes will be critical. And to help achieve this, a comprehensive sidewalk network will be required, including sidewalks on both sides of all streets, including throughout the employment area. Comfortable and dedicated cycling facilities throughout the study area. I'll show that map in just a moment. Working with Durham Region Transit on a local circulator transit route, which is essentially a bus that follows a short route through the study area with higher frequency. The study area was also identified as a good option to support e-scooters due to its size. And finally, there's a full suite of active transportation programs, many of which the town already facilitates or participates in, but these could include slow roll and open street events, improved wayfinding signage, active school travel programs, winter wheels, 1 meter safe passage, community cycling challenge, and bike training or giveaways. So here we have the proposed active transportation network, which includes adding dedicated cycling infrastructure to almost all public roads throughout the study area. Now, it should be noted that there were some constraints identified during the consultation that will need to be localized solutions proposed during detailed design, and there will be options. There is some flexibility, but this does potentially show those future connections that we should be focusing on. Part of the project also looked at parks and linkages. This was a small component just to help with density, but the study proposed potential park and parkette locations at a high level in downtown Ajax. In the GO station, there was also a focus on new parkettes that should be achieved, as well as the opportunity to connect the study area to the Duffins Valley to provide passive recreational opportunities in the future. The study also identified an opportunity to connect park space located just outside of the study area, such as St. Andrews or Exeter, and focus on connecting all the parks to that active transportation network to create one comprehensive system. Looking at the sanitary system, there were 4 major sewer legs that were examined. When we add the phase 3 development, sewer legs 1 and 4 were identified to have sufficient capacity. Similar to phase 2, a constraint was identified in sewer leg 2, and 2 scenarios were examined. Scenario 1 looked at if Hunt Street is constructed, and during phase 3, another constraint was identified near the intersection of Bailey and Monarch Avenue. So as a result, the report proposes extending and upsizing the sewer along Bailey Street westward to Westney Road, and that's sewer leg number 1. Scenario 2 considers that Hunt Street is not constructed. And if this is the case, the Bailey Street sewer that was mentioned in scenario 1 would be required. And further upgrade along Monarch and up towards Hunt Street would also be required. And this would be approximately 1.5 kilometers long. And a lot of that does still divert flows in scenario 2 would divert flows from Ajax Textiles, but also help with a lot of that sanitary and to accommodate that growth along Bailey Street. There was another small connection identified on Kidney Drive. And these are scenarios 1 and 2 there. And then, there was another scenario identified along Kidney Drive requiring upsizing of a sewer in that location as well. Now, this report helps to guide decision-making for sewer service installation, and staff will continue to work with the region and future developers to implement these improvements and see the success of these developments. Phase 3 was the only phase that looked at the water system, as the region had previously identified that overall it takes a lot of growth to move the needle on the water system. Through this phase, there was a constraint near Ajax Textiles identified. Several improvements were identified along Commercial Avenue to improve bottlenecking and install looping of the water system. Similar to the sanitary work, this helps guide decision-making, and staff will continue to work with the region staff on this. For stormwater management, constraints were, this is similar to phases 1 and 2, but constraints were identified in the minor system. So this is the system consisting of the pipes under the ground during the 5 and the 10-year storm events. However, these constraints can be accommodated in the major system, which accommodates that flow over land. The major system was identified that it can accommodate the 100-year storm and still meet the targeted level of service the town has set. As new site plans are developed, overall stormwater management will improve developments or throughout the study area, as these developments will be required to meet current and modern standards for their individual sites. So historically, sites may have been developed to a lesser standard, and as those developments come on board, it will slowly improve that system. Quality controls were not looked at through this component, as there was a study done in 2011, the Stormwater Retrofit Master Plan Environmental Assessment, that did look at this whole area and considered stormwater quality. But similar to the quantity, as those other developments come on board as well, it will also improve, as they will also be required to meet quality controls on their land. Now, all this information has been summarized in the Development Opportunities Report 2051, which was included as Attachment 1. There were also 3 technical reports that were prepared, and all the information will be posted on the town's IMO page on the dedicated project page. Staff will continue to work with the region, as there may be just minor technical adjustments needed, but this does not expect any changes to the infrastructure improvements that have been presented. And to wrap up the project, the consultant will just prepare those cost estimates that I mentioned earlier. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, I also do have Brett Sears, who's the Senior Project Manager from WSP, who led his project team throughout this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions to the report? I think Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCullough, for your presentation. I want to start with something you said on Hunt Street. I just made a note when you went through scenario 1 assumes Hunt Street is constructed, and scenario 2 assumes Hunt Street extension is not constructed. I recall through phase 1, this council made a decision that Hunt Street was the preferred option, as well as the realignment of the CP rail spur. If that decision is already made by this council, why would you be considering options if it is and if it isn't for the further scenarios of phase 3?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, it's more of a worst case scenario. We just wanted to be prepared to make sure that if something were to happen with Hunt Street, that we did have options. But as you have indicated, the preferred approach to a lot of this is the continuation of the Hunt Street, and staff do continue to work towards that objective.
Okay, I just want that clarification. Yeah. Made me nervous there. You also spoke about some other road extensions across from, I think you said it was Finley over to allow further transportation. But I mean, Hunt Street is already a difficult one from a cost perspective, and we are working on some options there because that sort of unlocks the potential of downtown development. And I'm dismayed to see that townhouse development going ahead on Hunt Street of 322 units in the middle of our downtown core because we don't have sewer capacity. And I feel that's our top priority right now. But how would we be able to do some of those other road extensions that you mentioned? Are you looking at contemplating doing those through development of some of those other opportunities for redevelopment that you mentioned?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier. So yeah, that's a good question. When we were taking the visioning exercise, there were actually more road connections that were contemplated at one point. So at one point, the Stonewood extension was actually proposed to come across to Westney. But due to the constraints that do exist with the rail spur line, that component was recommended to not proceed. In terms of the other road, a lot of the road connections that have been identified, they do cross future development sites. So there would be, it is anticipated that they would be achieved through those future development applications. I don't think any of the road connections certainly aren't on the scale of the Hunt Street extension with the underpass. So these would be similar to the townhouse development you mentioned. There were roads constructed through those proposals, but through site plans and other projects, there would be the potential to acquire those roads through those projects as we move forward.
So if we know Stoneleigh is not an option, why would it appear as an option through phase 3? Why would we just not take that out? I liken that to the connection at Williamson or the connection at Clements to Pickering type things that cross environmental, or even the extension of Chambers for that matter, things that we've established are way too expensive and just not that necessary have been removed. So why would we not do that? Why would we still be considering that through phase 3?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, no. So that portion of that extension has been removed from the plan. So that's why on the mapping it is only included from Finley Avenue, which is on the east side of the rail spur line, and it runs east over towards Harwood. So that component that would interfere with the spur line has been removed.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I want to talk about the study area a little bit and the fact that within the study area, I don't know if you have the map, if you could bring it up, please, but in the study area, there's 3 different zonings. Okay, you've got what do we got? We've got the downtown regional center, we've got the heavy commercial, and we've got employment. And one more. It's the one with the green around it. Well,
it's at the beginning.
All right.
This one.
There, that's the one. So you've got the area specific policy, the central employment area, and the downtown regional center. We know that Hunt Street is the key to unlock the sewer in the downtown. You also talked about having to extend that 850 meters down further. Have you had conversations with the region of Durham about their piece in this and the costing to make sure that this is on their radar, or is that premature right now and that will come after phase 3 is finished and we forward that to the region?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, so we have had those preliminary discussions. In our discussion with the region, I think a lot of what's being presented is kind of the pieces that they thought would be coming forward. To what scale they weren't sure and what the timing would be. And I think that this study definitely supports the need for not only that Hunt Street extension, but also that Bailey Street extension. So there had been early conversations with other developers in the area about upsizing of Bailey Street to allow certain developments to go. So I think that that definitely supports some of those developments as they come forward and focusing in on that.
Okay, and the region has identified Hunt Street as a priority, and I believe it was in the 2021 regional budget, water and sewer budget for that work. So that 3-something million or whatever it was is available, but if there's more, I just want to make sure that's in the pipeline and we don't have one project held up because of another.
Absolutely.
Back to the 3 zonings in here. Assuming Hunt Street goes ahead, which is what I think the goal is, and with the new MTSA at the GO station, would it not make sense to look at extending the regional downtown center through that corridor and making that connection with the GO node?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, so first I would require the employment area conversion. Now, I think from our perspective, the concern is right now we have an MTSA that has 0 residential development. We have a downtown that is been trying to get off the ground, and that we do have a lot of development applications. And in the future, I think, we as staff do foresee that connection coming forward in the future. But I think certainly, we have to establish those 2 key connections and not spread out residential, because right now there are a lot of heavy employment uses throughout that central employment area. And from a planning perspective, until some of those uses start getting pushed out, you start getting more mitigation built into kind of that area, it may be premature to have that residential at this time. But certainly, I think through the next municipal comprehensive review, that's definitely going to be a good opportunity once we see the major transit station area and the downtown really take off.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. However, I am looking for a means to an end, and that is unlocking the potential and allowing us to go ahead with all the development applications that we have in this report listed for the downtown regional center. What I don't want to see is any more 322 unit medium density townhouse developments in our downtown core. We already have 2. 2 is way too many, in my opinion. I think it's not in our best interest to not let's back up for a second. Land values are now $2 to $3 million an acre. I don't think anybody can contest that. I'm talking to some players about assisting with land acquisition through the Hunt Street corridor so we can make that connection. I'm being told that there's no way under the current zoning in that central employment area building single-story commercial units that you can ever recoup $2 to $3 million per acre land costs. So given that fact, Hunt Street's not going to happen. So I'm trying to look at other ways. And if we allowed high density mixed use through that Hunt Street corridor, now the numbers make sense and we can get somebody interested in acquiring those lands and working with us so we can do the Hunt Street extension. But if we don't contemplate that in phase 3 of the case study, it's not going to happen. And I'm suggesting that that's something that we should at least be looking at through this process. What do you think?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, I don't know if this is I think that we need to look at that. We have for the Hunt Street, I don't know if I agree that it's not going to happen. I think we've mapped out steps that we can get that can get us there and help facilitate that construction. If there is a desire to start looking at those other uses, CAST is certainly one element of that. But I think the majority that process, as I mentioned earlier, it has to happen through the MCR. So that in itself is an employment area conversion. That's outside of this council's, jurisdiction. But in terms of the densities that are being provided, and we could certainly take a look at it. But something else I did want to make sure that's clear is what's been presented in terms of the development that's taking place, where you're seeing those developments. There is some movement ability for them to move slightly. It's not that, each development is going to happen on this property the exact way we've shown. We understand that, some are going to happen slightly on one property. Other properties may be overdeveloped or than what we have seen. Some properties may not be developed at all that we had projected. So there is some movement within the overall system. And that's something that maybe Brett can jump in and see if he has anything else, but it's something we can maybe take a look. There is some movement in where some of those pieces can go and without fully impacting the system. It is where I think I would leave it. Brett, did you have anything else that you would be able to add to that?
Thank you, Sean, and through the chair to the mayor. We're trying to help achieve this vision, and one of the reasons why we showed, at least through the servicing, that there was another option other than Hunt Street is recognizing that the town today does not own that land. So we certainly want to put ourselves in a position where that street can be built, because it is one of the key, a linchpin, as you already identified, Mr. Mayor. But I would like also defer to Sean and the staff, though, that we are doing our best to envision what could happen, and also understanding the planning parameters that we have to work within. And so if like Sean's alluded to, Mr. McCullough has alluded to, the central employment area is not something that we can just unilaterally change. So we were trying to work within some of these parameters that we have and envision the future to help that we think can be achieved, and to set up the town from a transportation and a servicing perspective that will make it work. Mr. McCall, I don't know if this is adding to it, but I'm certainly saying that we are trying to work within the parameters that we have to help achieve this vision to bring more jobs and housing to the study area within a couple of the framework that we have to work.
No, I think that's helpful. And the one other thing that I'll add too, I think something that did come clear through this study too is Westney, the sewer leg that does run along Westney Road. it does have quite a bit of capacity. There is a lot of room within that system, and that's where a lot of the flows from elsewhere in the study area are being moved over towards, because there's a pumping station at Bailey. So, development, and when we were looking at even the employment uses in that central area, they were proposed at higher floor areas, a lot of office space and uses that have higher uses. So there is certainly some capacity in that vicinity of that area from a sanitary perspective. And then similar with the transportation system, it is building in that network throughout that will help residents in different areas move through the study area. And really a lot of the case, it's getting people to the GO station to get in and out of Ajax as well.
Which is exactly what I'm talking about. But let's go back a little bit. When we, a year and a half ago, were dealing with conversion applications to the Municipal Comprehensive Review, and I had several meetings with you and Ms. Andis and Mr. Romanowski, and we had a lot of discussions. We had a full council information session, and we were told that we don't need to approve any conversion applications because we already have sufficient density and units in our downtown core to satisfy our growth for the next till 2031. That was before the province directed us to plan to 2051. And I pointed out, I don't think incorrectly, that true, we have the designation, but without sewer capacity, we can't move ahead with any of those applications. And I don't think that's changed. Has it?
So through the chair to Mayor Collier, no, that has changed. We don't have capacity at the moment, but we do have, what this plan is delivering is the route to deliver that capacity for those developments in the downtown.
Okay. However, without the $50 million it's going to take to do Hunt Street, which we couldn't afford at 20 million, so we sure can't afford at 50 million now, which is just the land value. And the owners of those lands had them on the market and aren't even responding to offers at 2 million an acre, so it's going to go higher. That's the flaw. We can't move ahead because we can't afford it, and even developers can't afford it. If we're now planning out to 2051, I'm just asking, why would we not be looking at those options? And I know you're talking about it can only go through an MCR process, which is not factual because you can use an MZO. Bill 109 has provisions in it which will allow us to request from the province for changes. So we don't have to go through an MCR, and I have no intention of waiting 10 more years to find a solution to this. I think that we should be at least looking at that through here as a potential incentive to get somebody at the table that can afford to do this for us. And that's all I'm asking, that we look at it. And I see Mr. Romanowski's come on. So that's all I'm asking. Do you require council direction to do that? Or can we, through our discussions today, discuss ways to do that? Because I don't want to get too far along phase 3 and then later on go, oh, well, now we got to do this all over again, or we got to wait till the next iteration to do it. So help me out, please, on process.
Go ahead, Sean.
So I was just going to say, through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier, so there will be financial implications because we would have to expand the scope of the project to look at that through the central area.
Okay.
So yes, thanks, Sean, and through the chair to the mayor. The scope of the project didn't envision this area specifically because it was to look at exactly what the intent was, finding a servicing solution for the downtown, and also figuring out how to connect the GO node to the downtown. Hunt Street being that vehicle. And I think what Mr. McCullough and Mr. Sears have said is that definitely identifying Hunt Street as being the key here. And I think council's been very clear through several reports that have come forward from this department that we're working on the Hunt Street solution to figure out what that is. And we've done the feasibility analysis, and we're moving on to the EA addendum. And then I'm sure we'll have other conversations, but I think the case is a definite jumping off point to have those further discussions about what do we do with now this middle piece between the downtown and the GO node, and how do we now comprehensively look at that. I don't want to add any budget to this project. I'd like this project to be completed, so at least we can, signify to the region that we're done and that these are the solutions, and that they then need to start focusing through their budgeting process for these infrastructure improvements as they come online and as development moves ahead. But I think it's definitely a conversation that we can have outside of this topic, or as a lead off from this topic, and figure out what those next steps are with the balls that we already have in motion on Hunt Street.
Okay.
So maybe there's a little bit more of coordination that we need internally with yourself to now figure out where we're going to go with all the new information that we have, even with Bill 109.
Okay. And what I'm talking about, Mr. Onosky, is not new to you. I've been talking about this for a year with you. But I would like to know, I respect what you're saying, and I don't want to slow this process down, but I would like to know what it would cost and what the time implications would be if council chose to give that direction. And is there a way to do that? If I add that as an amendment to the recommendation that staff report back on those two things, price and time frame, that's not going to affect the approvals we're giving today, is it? To add that extra piece to the study.
Through you, Madam Chair. No, I don't think that would delay what we're approving, because essentially we were endorsing the plan as we have produced it today. But that's something we can speak with the consultant and get a quote on and an estimate.
Okay, thank you. I want to move on a little bit to building heights, because we talked about this in our first thing tonight. And the figures that you posted in here for, is it scenario 3? How did you refer to it?
Phase 3.
Phase 3 talked about certain high density residential units as well as commercial lands in meters squared. Is that assuming the current 25-story limitation in the official plan today, when those numbers were calculated?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier. So that's correct. So the purpose of this study wasn't to predetermine what future official plan densities and heights may be. So we did maximize the permissions for each of the soft sites, calculating what that gross floor area is. And as I mentioned earlier, there is some play in terms of you can borrow heights and densities from some of the sites next door. And I think when you look at the way developments do proceed, we do see a lot of that. There's going to be some sites that may never develop within this time frame, which is where some of that density or height can be transferred to another site. And the overall transportation and servicing system generally continue to function in a similar manner. It's just you're kind of moving some of those densities around. So through our next upcoming official plan review, that would certainly be the venue to have that discussion on heights and densities within these strategic growth areas.
Okay, but knowing what we know now and what we just dealt with in our last thing, and that the direction given by the province, and we know the direction given by the region, is going to be for increased density. In increased heights, and we know we have application, at least one at the GO station that's well over 25. And the fact that the 25-story limit was established 20 years ago in an early official plan, would it not make sense to use those figures here, knowing that when we update our official plan in the next year or whenever it is, those numbers are going to change? We know they're going to change.
So through Madam Chair to Mayor Collier, so we will have to look at that comprehensively through the official plan review, and then you as a council will have that decision ability to determine how those heights and densities are what are appropriate for the community, we would make those recommendations. And I think you're right. I think there is a lot of backing at the provincial level and what we're seeing through active development applications where there will be increases to those heights and densities. But this certainly wasn't the venue to be making those recommendations and predetermining those heights and densities.
Okay. Was it going to require us to doing this again with those new numbers, or can we just plug those in based on this data?
So I think, and like I said, I think we're talking over 20,000 units through this phase of the study. And, you know, we've seen it time and time again is, you know, probably 20 years down the road, we're going to have to do this again and take a reevaluation. You know, we may have received 20,000 units in half of the buildings by that time. And then it's going to be looking at what some of the improvements and some of my early some of the conversations I've had with regional staff on the servicing side of things does leave me to be optimistic is that there are some of the larger pieces that down the road are kind of nearby or will be in place. It's just finding these smaller pieces and plugging in the small pieces to get us there down the road. It's not to say that we have a capacity constraint anytime soon. It's just kind of working our way, getting all the sewage in basically in Ajax, moving that sewage from this study area westward toward the water pollution control plant and the pumping station on Bailey Street.
I get all that. But if I see another medium density townhouse development app come forward in this downtown regional center while we're going through this process, I'm not going to be pleased. Does it make sense to maybe do an interim control bylaw or some sort of, I don't know enough about it, but some sort of planning tool to make sure that doesn't happen until we can come to a proper solution and get that Hunt Street extension in play?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier, it's something we can discuss internally and report back to council if needed. I think as Director Romanowski identified, we do have a number of steps that we are looking at getting that Hunt Street moving. Because once that's in place, it does open up the capacity for a large portion of the study area. And there are other pieces that we're working on, as we saw tonight with the extension of the Bailey Street sewer, with some of those developments on Bailey that could see them move forward in the near term as well. So certainly there's some other things, and we can discuss other mechanisms internally and report back.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, Ms. McCullough. Thank you, Mr. Sears.
Are there any other questions to the report? Madam Clerk, if you could put the recommendation on the screen, please. It's moved by Councillor Khan, seconded by Councillor Tyler Morin. Is there any question? Mayor Collier.
I did it.
Didn't you just ask all your questions?
Well, I'd like to move an amendment with your permission, Councillor Lee. I'd like to move an amendment to add item 3. Sorry, it was just on the screen. I wonder if the clerk can put it back on the screen, please. Just to what I said, I would like staff to report back item 3. You got it. There you go. On price and time frame to look at, and just let me think about this for a second. The potential of expanding the downtown region center designation through the Hunt Street corridor to the MTSA. The GOLD station.
Through the chair, if you could just repeat that one more time.
Downtown regional center designation, zoning, whatever you call it. The staff report back on price and time frame to, I guess, price and time frame for the case phase 3 to look at the potential for expanding the downtown. Next, there you go. P3 is fine. To look at the potential for expanding the downtown regional center designation, zoning, whatever you want to put, through the Hunt Street extension to the GO node.
I'll second.
And I don't know how long, I'll speak to it quickly or just ask a question to staff if you don't mind. Sorry, who said second? Councilor Lee?
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, you're going to.
How long do you think it will take? I know Mr. Sears is still on here, just to get that information, just so this council will know. I know we're going to summer break. I don't really need a report. The intent is just you can satisfy this with an email.
Are you done?
Question.
Mayor?
Mark. Yes.
Question mark. So you're looking for an answer?
Yes, just on, do you think it's going to take a week to get this information, a month, the summer?
This is Brett Sears from WSP. Respectfully through the chair to the mayor, if I would appreciate opportunity to speak with your town staff to just understand exactly what needs to be done. I know we want to get this done as soon as possible when we commit to doing that, but I just don't feel comfortable at the moment giving a timeline. Okay. But I certainly think we could follow up with yourself and council by the end of this week to tell you what it's going to take.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Regional Councilor Lee is the seconder. Did you want to make a comment? No?
No, thank you.
Any other comments on the amendment? If not, then we'll call the vote to the amendment. All in favor? Okay, back to the original motion amended. Is there any questions or comments to the original recommendation amended? If not, all in favor? Okay. Great. Thank you. That passes. Now we're going to go to the strategy, the housing strategy. Director Romaneski, am I correct now? Yes, I am.
Yes, yeah. You're in the right spot.
I'm in the right spot now.
Yes. So thank you. I think Joyce is on with us, Chen. And Stevandis will be doing a presentation on the Ajax housing strategy. There's Great. Joyce. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just share my screen for the slides.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I just want to confirm that everyone can see the slides on there. Okay.
All good.
Okay, excellent. Okay, there we go. Okay, so good evening. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Joyce Chen. I'm a planner. I'm a planner in the Planning and Development Services Department. The presentation tonight will cover the purpose of the housing strategy, the housing strategy phases, a brief overview of the phase 1 report, housing strategy neighborhoods, highlights of some key observations and housing gaps and needs identified in section 7 of the report, but also go over the public consultation process and the next steps and timing in the project. So why a housing strategy? The need for a housing strategy is identified by council in the town's strategic plan in the top 22 by 2022. The Town of Ajax official plan also provides direction for a housing report, and there have been various council initiatives and or motions over the term on affordable housing, homelessness, and short-term rentals. The housing strategy will be completed in 2 phases. We are currently in phase 1, which consists of a background report that will be summarized in this presentation. The background report also identifies observations and early gaps. Data for the background report has been collected and collaborated from various sources, including town departments, including building services, bylaw, services, and planning, Durham Youth Services, the Salvation Army, Christian Faith Outreach Center, Fraser Heights Co-op, Horizon House, Ajax Municipal Housing Corporation, Statistics Canada, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Toronto Regional Real Estate Board, and the Region of Durham. Staff will draft the Phase 2 report to identify recommendations and actions to address gaps and incorporate feedback received from the public and stakeholders in Phase 1. It is important to note that the Phase 1 report does not provide any recommendations, strategies, or actions. It only presents key findings, observations, and housing gaps identified in the data. The Housing Strategy Study Area consists of 9 neighborhoods. These neighborhoods are based on the Durham Region Health neighborhoods, and each neighborhood aligns and uses dissemination area census data. Some of the key observations from the section on public population statistics include the rate of population growth in Ajax is growing faster than projected in the town's official plan, where by 2031, it was anticipated to reach 137,670 people. It has been projected that the town could achieve this by 2026. The 65 plus cohorts are the fastest growing in Durham region. It is projected that by 2051, the population over 65 will represent 20% of the total population, compared with 14% in 2016. Of all the municipalities in Durham, Ajax has the highest immigrant population, representing approximately 39% of the total population, compared with the region with approximately 24% of the total population. The highest proportion of immigrants are located in the 2 fastest growing neighborhoods, Ajax Northeast and Ajax Northwest. When it comes to the homeless population, Ajax has the second highest with 11% homeless population in the region, according to the 2017 point-in-time homeless count. This is following Oshawa with almost 74% of homeless individuals. Some of the key observations from the section on household statistics include, while in the past, growth in Ajax was through subdivisions in greenfield areas, future growth will largely be dependent on intensification and infill. Couples with children is the predominant household type in Ajax with approximately 41% of households. Visible minorities and immigrants are the predominant unique household types, each representing approximately 50% of households in Ajax. Smaller households, couples without children and persons living alone, these combined represent approximately 32% of the households, and these smaller households may be overhoused where there are less people in a dwelling than the rooms required. So for example, a 2-person household might be living in a 3-bedroom dwelling. When looking at the housing supply in 2020, the predominant types of dwellings in the town overall were detached and townhouses, representing approximately 64% and 15% of the inventory, respectively. This is followed by apartments, which represent approximately 12% of the town's inventory and is the lowest percentage of apartments in all comparable municipalities in Durham. Semi-detached and duplexes represented a small percentage of 6% and 4% respectively. On this slide, we can see the breakdown by the housing strategy neighborhoods. 8 out of the 9 neighborhoods have detached dwellings as the predominant type. Downtown Ajax is the only neighborhood where apartment dwellings make up more than half of the unit types at approximately 51%, and downtown Ajax is identified through the region's municipal comprehensive review as having the greatest growth potential. There are a total of 9,955 residential units proposed in active development applications in the town. The overwhelmingly majority of these proposed units are apartments, which account for 79% in all types of proposed units. If constructed, this would shift the overall proportion of apartment units from 12% to 25% of the overall inventory in Ajax. Detached units would shift from 64% to 52% of the overall inventory. Overall, development applications demonstrate a clear shift in dwelling types from detached dwellings to denser forms. Reasons for this can be attributed to the fact that the town only has approximately 37 hectares of remaining greenfield land available, which is likely to be developed for low and medium density uses. The remaining neighborhoods in Ajax are established, and new housing development will be in the form of infill intensification. Non-market housing key observations include: in 2021, there were 8,231 households on the region's centralized waitlists and 76 households on the waitlist for accessible units. Seniors housing includes assisted long-term care homes that are regulated under the Long-Term Care Homes Act. The number of people on the waitlist compared to the number of beds available demonstrates a high demand for long-term care beds. Seniors housing also includes independent living, which can be privately owned, funded, and operated, or community and affordable housing units operated by a nonprofit or government. There are 1,011 independent seniors living units under construction or proposed. While there is an increase in these units, the demand for them will need to be monitored to determine if the additional units will meet the needs of the aging population. Key observations in the market housing include the average dwelling resale price increased 173% between 2006 and 2020. Between 2006 and 2020, increases in the average rent price for all bedroom types occurred, with a 71% increase for one-bedroom units, 45% increase for two-bedroom unit, and 31% increase for three-bedroom unit. Rental vacancy rates were less than 2% in 2020. This number is low, as the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation considers 3% to be a healthy vacancy rate. The definition of affordable housing from the provincial policy statement is as follows. For ownership housing, affordable housing is the least expensive of housing that is less than 30% of the gross annual household income for low and moderate income households, or housing purchase price that is at least 10% below the average purchase price of a resale unit. And in the case of rental housing, affordable housing is considered to be the least expensive of a unit which rent is less than 30% of the gross annual household income for low and moderate income households, or a unit for which rent is at or below the average market rent of a unit. Housing affordability issues occur when households spend more than 30% of their gross income on shelter. Severe housing affordability occurs when households spend more than 50% of their gross household income on shelter, and households facing housing affordability and severe housing affordability issues may also be in core housing need. Core housing need is when households spend 30% more of their gross income on shelter, are in housing that is not suitable, meaning there are not enough bedrooms for the household composition, and or they're in housing that is not adequate, meaning that it is in need of repair. Key observations for Ajax ownership and rental housing affordability include the average price of all dwelling types in 2020 was $836,365. This is only affordable to a segment of high income Ajax households. The maximum purchase price of a house that is considered affordable is $252,353 to low income owner households. $429,359 is the maximum purchase price that is considered affordable to moderate income owner households. The average market rent in 2020 was $1,390. This is not affordable to low-income households and a portion of moderate-income households. To put it into context, $847 is the maximum rent considered affordable to low-income renter households, and $1,350 is the maximum rent considered affordable for moderate-income renter households. Based on the definition of affordable housing, the average resale price of all dwelling types of $836,365 is not considered affordable to low and moderate income owner households. In 2020, the average market rent of $1,390 is not considered affordable to low or moderate households. Those are those in income deciles 4 and 5. Renter households at the top of the moderate income category, those in the 6th income decile, are able to afford the average market rent. To understand the housing gaps and needs of the town's residents, we've reviewed the data against the CMHC housing continuum. The housing market is made up of the market housing and non-market housing. Non-market housing on the left side consists of temporary and permanent housing units provided by nonprofit organizations and or the region of Durham. This includes categories from homelessness to community housing. Within market housing on the far right side, it is further divided into ownership housing and rental housing, which consists of the primary rental market, such as purpose-built rental units, and secondary rental market, such as accessory apartments and private homes and privately owned dwellings, and also the short-term rental market, such as Airbnbs. Affordable housing is overlapped by market and non-market housing on the right side. Based on the analysis of housing data and the summary of key observations, the following initial housing gaps and needs and emerging gaps have been identified along the housing continuum. These are not recommendations for strategies or actions, as those will be provided in the phase 2 of the housing strategy. Housing gaps and needs within the non-market housing include: there is a need for more shelter beds, supportive housing, and transitional housing in Ajax. As mentioned previously, when it comes to the homeless population in Durham, Ajax has the second highest homeless population in the region. While there are supports for individuals experiencing homelessness, there is little in the way of overnight shelters or transitional and supportive housing. Shelters, transitional housing, and supportive housing in Ajax are well-utilized services that have reported to have turned away individuals due to capacity. There are also long centralized wait lists for community housing, suggesting a need for more of these housing types. There is a need for more supportive housing options for an aging population. As mentioned previously, the population is aging, with a large proportion of the population projected to be seniors 65 plus, and as more residents enter the 75 plus cohort, demand will increase over time for housing to support the specific needs of this older cohort. Although the number of long-term care beds have increased in Ajax, more beds are still needed, as the demand is 3 times greater than the number of beds available. There is a need for more community housing, social housing, or rent geared to income housing units in Durham region. The demand for these types of units will increase as house prices increase. Durham region manages the centralized waiting list for all units in the community housing. In 2021, there were over 8,000 households on the waiting list in Durham region. Housing gaps and needs within affordable housing include: there is a need for ownership housing that is affordable for low and moderate income households. Ajax has a high housing ownership rate, with approximately 85% of dwellings in 2020 being owner occupied. It is no surprise that housing prices are increasing in Ajax. Resale home purchase prices are not affordable to low and moderate income owner households in Ajax, as noted in the key observations only. Owner households at the upper end of the high income category can afford the average purchase price for a house in Ajax. There is a need for rental housing that is affordable for low and moderate income households. The average monthly rent for all unit sizes have been increasing. Affordability is still a major issue in the rental sector. This is largely because renter households' incomes tend to be lower than ownership household incomes. Renter households at the upper end of the moderate income category and all households in the high income category can afford the average monthly rent in Ajax. This leaves the majority of households, especially those in the low income category, unable to afford ownership or rental housing unless those households spend more than 30% of their income on shelter costs. Housing gaps and needs within the market housing include: there is a need to create new housing opportunities in Ajax with a focus on intensification. The town has observed significant growth of approximately 46% from 90,167 people in 2006 to 132,030 people in 2020. As mentioned before, there are only 37 hectares of greenfield land remaining in the town, meaning that denser forms of housing will be required to house the growing population. The downtown Ajax neighborhood was identified as having the greatest growth potential. There is a need to diversify the housing stock in Ajax. The majority of existing housing in Ajax, approximately 85%, is ground-related housing, meaning that it's detached, semi-detached, and townhouses. These types of dwellings may be more suitable for larger or multi-generational families and families with children, and they may not be suitable for other types of households. Even with a high number of apartment units under development, detached dwellings will remain the predominant type of dwelling in Ajax, approximately 52%. There is a need for more purpose-built rental units in Ajax. Low rental vacancy rates in purpose-built rental buildings may be a factor in the need for households to seek units in the secondary rental market. More purpose-built rental units would provide additional housing opportunities suitable for young adults, new arrivals to the community, low-income households, and seniors. There is a need for more housing options suitable for smaller households. This is including the couples without children and persons living alone. Smaller households can typically be accommodated in denser forms of housing that have 1 or 2 bedrooms, such as apartment dwellings. As mentioned earlier, smaller households represented approximately 32% of the households in Ajax. The low percentage of apartment dwellings in Ajax indicates that a significant portion of these smaller households were mostly likely overhoused. Emerging gaps and opportunities include, there's an opportunity to work with the Region of Durham on a short-term monitoring program. This will assist the town in identifying any potential negative impacts that short-term rentals could have on the town's supply of housing and assist town staff in developing policies, regulations, and licensing requirement if needed. In November 2020, Council passed a motion on short-term rentals directing staff to review the viability of implementing appropriate mechanisms to minimize the prevalence of short-term rentals. Following a monitoring program led by Bylaw Services, only 63 active listings were identified, representing only 0.15% of housing in Ajax. Similarly, in 2019, the Region of Durham completed their own assessment and only identified 68 listings. No issues, orders, or violations were identified by town staff, and due to the relatively small proportion of listings, staff recommend that a mechanism not be implemented at this time. However, through this process, staff are committing to monitoring short-term rentals on an ongoing basis with the region and to continually reevaluate if a mechanism is required in the future. Town staff have also joined a regional task force looking at a coordinated framework across the region. There is an opportunity to advocate for funding programs from the provincial and federal governments to support renovation and rehabilitation of existing rental units. Although Ajax has a relatively young housing stock, with 76% of its housing stock built within the last 40 years, the primary rental units within the town are older and are built prior to 1980, reflecting the statistic that rental dwellings were more than twice as likely to be in need of major repairs than owned dwellings. In development of the Phase 1 report, we have collaborated extensively with Durham Region Housing Services Division and Planning and Economic Development Department, among those other stakeholders mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. The housing strategy will be using an online engagement method, including the Zoom platform and the town's IMO page with links to the town's Facebook, Twitter, and email for the community to become involved in the discussion around housing. Staff have been working with communications to create project branding and an online survey as an interactive component for consultation. The main purpose of the consultation is to discuss and obtain feedback on the housing gaps and observations from the report, mainly in Section 7. The report will be released for a 90-day commenting period. The next steps for the housing strategy are stakeholder consultation and public open house anticipated to be held on June 22nd. Staff will report back to Council with a draft Phase 2 housing strategy recommendation report at CAP in winter 2023, and also go out for further consultation on the draft recommendations, strategies, and actions. The Phase 2 report is anticipated to be finalized following community consultation and presented to Council in spring 2023. Thank you, and this concludes the presentation. And if you have any questions, Stavandis, Sean McCullough, and myself will be able to answer.
Thank you very much for that detailed report. I think it also, there's a point where we actually need to control rent. I think somebody did a brilliant motion on that. That would be me. Anyway, Councillor Lee, I think I saw your hand up first.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, Ms. Jen, for the presentation. Getting feedback in the summer, is that the best idea? I saw the open houses were set for July based on that last slide, if I'm not mistaken. And generally, a lot of our constituents are cottaging, vacationing, and maybe not be able to give their feedback. And this seems like a pretty important file to want to give feedback for.
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, the stakeholder consultation public open house on the previous slide was for June 22nd. So that's in a few weeks from now.
Got it. Okay, great. That's good to know. I was wondering, it's mentioned briefly in the report, but the concept of inclusionary housing. So right now, if I'm not mistaken, it's only available in major transit areas, right? That's so our downtown core. But do we foresee the province expanding that to all new builds at one point?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, you're correct that at this time, inclusionary housing is only in the major transit station areas. In terms of the province's direction, there could be a possibility, but
yeah, you know what? That's a very unfair question asking you to speak for the province. So let me rephrase this. If we were to use inclusionary zoning, what would the first, like, how far away are we? Because I think Lamine is still towards the later part of being fully settled, and we can start doing something to the land. Like, I can't think of any immediate developments that would be eligible for inclusionary zoning. Is there one offhand that you can think of?
So perhaps myself or Mr. McCullough can answer that question. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Lee. First, in response to your previous question, considering the province clawed back inclusionary zoning to just being applicable to MTSAs, it's not foreseeable that they would expand it back to, being a municipal-wide tool. With regard to when we could see the town being able to implement inclusionary zoning, I do know that the region of Durham is looking at taking on the first step of it, which is to undertake an assessment report. And the region is looking to do that on behalf of all the lower tier municipalities. And then there would be the exercise of us adopting official plan policies and then related zoning bylaw amendments before we could implement inclusionary zoning. So perhaps
so we're not, sorry, yeah. So that's why I get it now. So we don't even have a framework to utilize inclusionary zoning. It's just, I guess we're a bit far back from Toronto and Hamilton, right? I think they passed their respective inclusionary zoning bylaws. Is that correct, as far as you know?
I'm not certain of that, and perhaps Mr. McCullough can speak to the region's timing for an assessment report.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Lee. So the big component to this is the assessment report, and that has to be done. And I'd have to look it up, but I think it's every 3 to 5 years you have to do the assessment report, and that's just to justify that you actually need it. I know we're doing a housing strategy, and it seems like it, but
wouldn't we all need them?
I know.
Isn't that kind of a key component?
But it is a big step, and that is why the region did identify that they would take that on behalf of all the municipalities. So the way it's I haven't seen anything recently from the region as to when they would complete that. But certainly I think the best strategy is, because we do have to do the OP policies anyway, we could implement that through the official plan review. Because the region's obviously focused on the MCR. The next step would be to get the assessment, and all the pieces would kind of come together.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. And again, I guess we are further back than I thought we were. So that is good to know. Hopefully the region's assessment will come forth and show that we need as much of it as possible, because I think it'll be a key aspect in the housing crisis. Thank you all the planning staff for the board. Thank you, Chair, for the question.
It looks like Toronto passed theirs in November of last year. I have Mayor Collier and then Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, and I'm going to follow up a little bit on my questions on the last topic. One of the slides said we have 9,955 new residential units in our downtown area, and that's great. And I think we have almost all those in applications today. I think we have 6,000 something in applications today. But the problem is, as you heard me probably speak to at great length in our last presentation, we can't move on those. So we have a housing strategy, which is great. But given the limitations that we have that we talked about during the case phase 3, what does that mean? I mean, if what I said comes true and we don't address the sewer capacity and we get more townhomes, it kind of skews the entire numbers of this strategy. And I wonder how is this going to work with the case and reality if those things occur?
Well, Perhaps I can start with a response through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier. The 9,955 units are actually town-wide. They're not all within the downtown, but they do include all the active applications, the 6,000 some odd units that you were discussing in downtown.
Okay.
It goes hand in hand with the case. These development applications will be able to move forward as capacity becomes available.
Okay, further on that, thank you, Ms. Ennis. Further on that, this council has approved 5 conversion applications through the region. They were supported by regional council. They will form part of the MCR and the final product going to the province. Assuming that is approved, which I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be, how does that affect these numbers? Have you used those numbers, or are you using just the numbers for this strategy based on the zonings today?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier, the numbers that Ms. Chen indicated are units in current active development applications. So future potential development is not factored in to our analysis of future housing supply at this point in time.
Okay, but if our council has given our direction and the region has approved it, that section is done and will not change. So I would suggest that those are real. They're just 2 years out in the process. But why would we not use those new numbers? Because that, our whole intent of this council, kind of going against staff recommendation, because that's what we did. Totally against staff recommendation in making this, because we wanted, and we took a very strong approach to create more, hopefully affordable type units and inventory of units, was to, that's why we did it. So why wouldn't that decision be reflected? I understand it's not completely done, but this is kind of like the case. We're going to do these things now based on the things today, but we know those numbers are going to change in 2 years. So why would we not use that?
So through you, Madam Chair, to Mayor Collier, the purpose of the Phase 1 report is to provide a detailed analysis of statistics that we know that are in play at this point in time. So while the report even speaks to the potential number of units that could be accommodated in our remaining greenfield area, this report is strictly a background data report. And if the Harwood North Corridor, north of Rosslyn Road, is converted from employment to living area, the range of units that could be located there could be quite large, depending on, a scenario where all the land is developed for townhouses versus all the land is developed for medium and high density residential. And addressing it in this background report is not going to provide any sort of accurate picture of what the future unit mix could be. Now, this is also a report, this housing strategy, that is something that we will be updating on a regular basis about every 5 years. So the next cycle of this review, which will coincide with the release of the next census round, will then be able to take into account any development applications or a better sense of what type of development could be occurring in that North Harwood corridor.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess I'll look forward to the next iteration of this, but right now, I mean, we have a lot of balls in the air. We have a lot of moving pieces. I know it's hard to plan out till 2051 and we don't have a crystal ball, but I would have thought that those things are sort of etched in stone enough that we could have used them. Anyway, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for those answers.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Joyce Chen, for this report and everyone who worked on it at planning. In my opinion, extremely important, and like the way it's laid out. Very quickly, I know it's late, 10,000 units coming, 80% of those will be apartments. First thing that residents seem to ask us, is it rental or condo? Can we buy them or is it rental? How does that conversation go? Do you just, is it at the mercy of, not the mercy, but the decision of the developer? Or is it something that planning, I know that in Pat Bailey Square, I believe the mayor probably could straighten me out on the numbers, but I believe some of the buildings were supposed to be condo, some of them were rental. So far, we've only got rental. I just wonder, how does that come to fruition? How does that conversation go? Because I know some people want to buy rental, or sorry, want to need rental, others try and buy. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Tyler Morin, a lot of the proposals that the town receives, it's from the proponent, and that's what they're proposing, whether it's rental or if those are going to be, okay, for purchase. Yeah.
Right. And I guess there's sometimes when planners can nudge them one way or the other, maybe, but it's actually the decision of the developer whether or not they want to sell the units or rent the units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
If there's no further questions, we do have a recommendation. Thank you very much. And it is moved by Mayor Collier, seconded by Regional Councillor Dyes. Is there any questions or comments to the motion? Regional Councillor Dyes.
Just a comment, thank you. I really appreciate the work you put into this report with the stats that really support what we kind of already know. And we need that statistical information if we're going to move forward. So I find it really interesting, things like long-term care demand is 3 times greater than the beds that we have. And we know that was a huge issue through COVID. So a lot of the issues that have really, or COVID has really shown gaps in a lot of the issues that we see here today in the report. I found it really interesting that we also have 605 rent geared to income units in Ajax, but we have over 8,300 families waiting for these units. So we really are in a housing crisis, and particularly with seniors, where there is no way to downsize, yet we have lots overhoused in large houses that families could live in if we had those units that they can downsize to. And there's opportunities, I think, also to have partners through the not-for-profit housing organizations who are in the business of looking at creative housing now, because they're also seeing an increase in demand for what they offer. So it's a really interesting report, and thank you so much. It's a great starting point moving forward, and it gives us a really good indication of where we stand here in Ajax. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If none, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That passes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your report. Director Romanowski, Envision Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we have a presentation for this. I believe Mr. McCullough indicated that we just had a report that came forward. Sean, if you're still on the line, I believe that's correct.
Thank you, Director Romanowski. That's correct. Yeah, I don't have a presentation on this item, but I am happy to answer any questions.
That's music to our ears, actually. We do have a recommendation, I believe, in this report. Are there any questions? Oh, Mayor Collier.
Oh, sorry.
Was that with my outside voice and unmuted?
Yes, your outside voice, your inside voice came out. Thank you. Just through your staff very quickly, given the decision made by Regional Council on May the 25th with regards to scenario 2A, does that have any effect or bearing on these recommendations? And does it change any of the information before us?
So through the chair, Mayor Collier, no, it wouldn't. A lot of the recommendations in this still remain applicable. We're recommending that they use designations to have an overlay, and if there are settlement area boundary expansions, that they do also designate those and look at how those get protected. So that I think it's actually timely, and it would go along quite well with that.
Okay, so the environmental overlay is not something currently contemplated, but it is our recommendation.
We're recommending a designation instead of the overlay, which is being proposed by the region.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my questions, Jim.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you bring the recommendation up? Thank you. It is moved by Councillor Tyler Morin and seconded by Councillor Bauer. If there's any questions or comments to the recommendation, if not, all in favor? And that passes. And our last motion is to adjourn, which is moved by Councillor Tyler Morin and seconded by Councillor Lee. Is there any questions or comments? Mayor Collier? All in favor? Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff, for all the details.